Yeah, I want to know what's up with that. You know, what's really going on? The gruesome twosome. Let me see here. Hello, welcome in. Come in. Yeah. Let me see what we have. Whoa. Two aunties were great. Okay. What is going on in the UK? If I get sleepy, I'm going to turn off my camera. Because I'll be thinking, hello, Lisa B. I'm one way and woo, I got my coffee, got my nails done. It's orange. Orange do. Hello, Demon Dictator. Demon Dictator, we need to, when you get a moment, sweetheart, because you're the only one that got managerial access. Can you remove Daisy Lee's wrench when you get a moment? I was not able to. I probably could have if I can find her. Good morning, Lisa B. Good morning, Demon Dictator. I need to read the title because this one was from yesterday's live that I was going to do, but I was so tired, I decided not to go live. But I did go live last night for something. Meghan and Harry moved back to the UK with kids. Meghan's interview. We're going to do both. Lisa B's in the house. Lisa B was just about to remind me of it. I am going to play one of my favorite songs. About the Royals. Yeah. Robert Jew. Come on, come on, lady, Louisiana, Vanna, do. Well, that channel got a royalty news. She passing never nasty as she keeps it refined. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She listen to the story every side, every view. No coming to conclusions, that's what lady do. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's the royalty people. Go on and recognize, subscribe and do. Yeah, lady, shots step into the room. Crown on her head and the tea goes boom. Got a kettle on, got her receipts on. Been a news in the chat like what happened on this. She don't need drama, she don't need a fight. She hear both sides and get the story right. Classy in the daytime, classy at night. Even when the comment section started looking like a fight. She said, hold it all and let's hear them all. Before somebody's reputation takes a fall. Royalty served with a biscuit or two. Lady La, she got a van or do crew. Lady La, she got a van or do. All about that channel got a royalty no. She classy, never nasty, yeah, she keep it refined. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She listen to the story every side, every view. No jumping to conclusions, that's what lady do. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's the royal decree. God's every king, now subscribe to me. Subscribe to you. Tea all over the screen. Lady got opinions, but she keeps them pristine. Somebody said, lady, you gotta pick a side. She said, darling, I'm listening, let's take that ride. One side said this, other side said that. Hey, lady, take taking notes while she adjusts her hair. And all fan of dude laughing, girl, you better go. She says I get the facts before I steal the show. Yeah, royal family drama, yeah, bring it on through. But don't spill the tea on the royal shoe. She'll cover the palace, the crown, and the crown's tea, and probably explain it while sipping green. Come join the shut up and on the got a royalty news. She classy, never nasty, how she keeps it real fine.
King of Norway.
Every side, every view, no drama.
Oh, the king.
Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's a royal decree.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Awesome.
Fanadu's assemble, everybody get ready. Lady Letitia's commentary steady. She got the tea kettle doing overtime. Somebody pass the biscuits, it's commentary time. No need for a sword, no need for a crown. She'll politely turn the royal gossip upside down. If the palace gets messy, she'll be right on the case. With a cup in her hand and a smile on her face. She says, darling, let's not get carried away. We'll hear everybody before we call it a day. Classy, never nasty, that's the model she knew. Lady Letitia and the Fanaду crew. Come join Lady Letitia and the Fanadu crew. Pull up that channel, got the royalty news. Classy, never nasty, yeah, she keeps it fine. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She'll listen to the story, every side, every view. No jumping to conclusion, that's a royal lady do. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's a royal decree. God say the king, now subscribe and do to me. Subscribe to
you.
Don't be shy, step through. Fanadu squad, what it do, what it do. Grab your little teacup, put your pinky up high. Royalty so high, it's about to touch the sky. Lady says, be classy, everybody says too. Somebody spilled the tea, somebody blame the crew. Kettle started rattling, the biscuits flew. And Lady Lottie said, I didn't do it, did you? Come join Lady Letitia, no Fanadu zoo. Pull out that channel, got the royalty news. She classy, never nasty, yeah, she keep it real fine. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She'll listen to the story, every side, every view. No jumping to conclusions, that's what lady you. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's a royal decree. God save the king, now subscribe and do the mid.
Subscribe and do. One more time, go to roll. Wake up.
Lady Letitia and the Fanadu crew. What?
One more. Come on, wake up.
Yeah. Subscribe it. Come on, yeah.
What's up, Gene?
Come join Lady Letitia and the Fanadu crew. Pull out that channel, got the royalty news. She classy, never nasty, yeah, she keeps it real fine. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She'll listen to the story, every side, every view. No jumping to conclusions, that's what lady do. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's a royal decree. Come on, interact, now subscribe and do. Yeah. Lady Letitia step into the room. Crown on her head and the tea goes boom. Got a kettle on, I got the receipts on deck. Fanadu's in the chat like what happened next. She don't need drama, she don't need a fight. She'll hear both sides and get the story right. Classy in the daytime, classy at night. Even when the comment section started looking like a fight. She said, hold it all and let's hear them all. Before somebody's reputation takes a fall. Royalty served with a biscuit or two. Lady Letitia got no Fanadu crew. Lady Letitia no Fanadu zoo. All of that channel got the royalty news. She classy, never nasty, yeah, she keep it refined. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She listen to the story, every side, every view. No jumping to conclusions, that's what lady do. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's a royal decree. God's every king, now subscribe to me. To me, tea in the cup, tea all over the screen. Lady got opinions, but she keeps them pristine. Somebody said, lady, you gotta pick a side. She said, darling, I'm listening, let's take that ride. One side said this, other side said that. Lady takes notes while she adjusts her hair. And all Fanadu laughing, girl, you better go. She says, I get the facts before I steal the show. Yeah, royal family drama, yeah, bring it on through. But don't spill the tea on the royal shoe. She'll cover the palace, the crown, and the crown's tea. And probably explain it while sipping green. Come join Lady, shut up and don't lose. Pull up that channel, got a royalty news. She classy, never nasty, yeah, she keeps it real fine. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She'll listen to the story, every side, every view. No jumping to conclusions, that's what ladies do. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's a royal decree. God's every king, not subscriber do to me. Banner dudes assemble, everybody get ready. Lady Lottie, she's commentary steady. She got the tea kettle doing overtime. Somebody pass the biscuits, it's commentary time. No need for a sword, no need for a crime. She'll politely turn the royal gossip upside down. If the palace gets messy, she'll be right on the case. With a cup in her hand and a smile on her face. She says, darling, let's not get carried away. We'll hear everybody before we call it a day. Classy, never nasty, that's the model she knew. Lady Lottie and a fan of Duke crew. Comes on Lady Lottie and a fan of Duke Luke. Pull out to the channel, got the royalty news. Classy, never nasty, yeah, she keeps it refined. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She'll listen to the story, every side, every view. No jumping to conclusion, that's what royal lady do. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's a royal decree. God say the king, not subscriber do to me. Subscriber do. No, me shy, step through. Fan of do, squad, what it do, what it do. Grab your little teacup, put your pinky up. High, royalty so high, it's about to touch the sky. Lady says, be classy, everybody says too. Somebody spilled the tea, somebody blame the crew. Kettle started rattling, the biscuits flew. And Lady Lottie, she said, I didn't do it, didn't you?
Oh!
Come to Lady Lottie, she no fan of those who. Pull out that channel, got the royalty news. She classy, never nasty, yeah, she keep it real fine. Covering the tea and the royalty combined. She'll listen to the story, every side, every view. No jumping to conclusions, that's what lady you. Not a fan of Meghan Markle, that's a royal decree. God save the king, now subscriber do the mid. Subscriber do. Subscriber do. Lady Lottie shop. And the fan of Duke crew. What?
Wow, you guys, I'm very shocked. Stephen A. Smith got a little bit of goddamn sense. Let's go ahead and get.
Hello, Terry, Jean, Lisa B, Plotter. Hello, guys. Okay, this is what we're going to talk about today. Now, a couple of days ago, a day ago, whatever happened, Meghan and Harry touched down in the UK. What are they doing there? Where's the media? Can they see them? What's going on with the gruesome twosome? I think there's some separation thing happening. I really do. I feel like there's a separation. Let's find out what's going on with the gruesome twosome, see if we can dig a little deeper.
You know, I miss the UK.
It's official. Prince Harry.
He misses the UK. I know that wasn't you on the BBC when you was blaming your father that something was going to happen to your wife and it was going to be all his fault. Was that when you were talking about you missed the UK? Harry, make it make sense.
Harry and Meghan Markle are back in England with their two children just 1 week after news broke of their return.
We understand that they flew over on a private jet from Los Angeles. There was no security entourage to meet them. They wanted to come in, I think, very much below the radar. They haven't yet been photographed. They haven't yet been seen.
Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet are set to start at a private co-ed prep school next week. As for where they'll live,
you might describe the Cots.
They have moved to the UK. They didn't even give you guys enough time to even make a decision on if you wanted them there or not, Plotter. Did they even give you guys a moment to even comprehend the fact that they were going to be moving? Lilibet and Archie is planning to start school in the UK next week. Are we not shocked, dude? Come on now. I'm shocked, dude. I am shocked. I never in a million years saw Meghan moving back to the UK. Something's up. Something's rotten in Denmark. Okay, something ain't right. They're either divorcing, separating, trial separation. But what's up? A boarding school? Excuse me, hello. Did she just say boarding school? What the hell? Let me rewind that.
You might describe the Cotswolds as the Hamptons of Britain. It's a very exclusive enclave, hugely popular with the A-list crowd. The Beckhams have a beautiful farmhouse down there.
What is Harry going to do while he's there?
My understanding from the Sussex's PR team is that they won't be carrying out royal engagements. Most important, it's a very exclusive enclave, hugely popular.
Archie and Princess Lilibet are set to start at a private co-ed prep school next week. As for where they'll live,
You might describe the Cotswolds as the Hamptons of Britain. It's a very exclusive.
The Hamptons. It's a very exclusive area. Private. Okay. What happened to the gruesome twosome? What made them return to Mexit?
Enclave, hugely popular with the A-list crowd. The Beckhams have a beautiful farmhouse down there.
what is Harry going to do while he's there?
Harry is going to look at the walls and try to wish he was back in the royal fold or something like that. He has no job. He has no purpose. What is he going to do? Charitable work? I mean, like, seriously, what is Harry's new purpose? He kicked himself out of the royal fold, and now he doesn't have a job. Now he's just, he's a free person.
Understanding from the Sussex's PR team is that they won't be carrying out royal engagements.
Of course you won't be doing royal engagements. Do you want to piss off the UK? They're already pissed that they're there. Imagine Meghan is back in the UK. God, can you smell her? And that wasn't in a bad way. I mean, do you just sense her there?
Most importantly at the moment for him is being a hands-on and stay-at-home dad.
A hands-on stay-at-home dad. What the hell is Harry going to do with the rest of his life? Help me. She gave him a cozy little spot as daddy. No taxpayer security plotter. Damn straight we're not paying. They don't ask the people if they did. We'd all say no. Ooh. What is Harry going to do? He's going to be dad full time? What in the confusion is going on? What is the confusion that is going on? So is Harry moving back to the UK to retire? He doesn't have a job. He can't make money. What is Harry going to do? Be a house father? Housewife? What? Here we are. Back where we started from in the beginning. There was Harry and Meghan. And now here we go again. Harry and Meghan back at the center of attention because they have moved back to the UK. Why, we ask? No one knows yet. Speculation is out there. I think it's the separation as well. Number two, Harry doesn't have a steady flow of income coming in because he's a stay-at-home dad. So who's the breadwinner? Meghan? Meghan's the breadwinner? How do you feel about that, Meghan? That you have to fend for the family now. What are you going to do? Run back to Montecito, Hollywood, and see if they'll let you back in? Let me ask her. Hey, Meghan, are you going to run back to the United States and see if you can get you a gig or a movie set up and then leave the kids over there in with Harry in the UK going to prep school? Boarded, which means he goes an extra and stays late after school day ends. Wait a minute, Jean. Hold up. Wait a minute. Is this like a boarding school? No, she's not taking him out of the whole United States of America and then going to plop her kids into a whole new environment without allowing them to adjust first. I think I would get a tutor. I think I would have them going half a day. I think I would have them adjusting to the life in the UK. That can be shocking on a kid's system. If it is a boarding school, oh no, wait a minute, hold up. Meghan, you're putting your kids in boarding school? You went from, oh, I want them to be around family and friends and all these extra people to, you know, security and all this stuff. You went from that to boarding school? I like to pick them up every day, and you know, Archie and Lilibet, just I get them ready in the morning, then I drop them off, and I pick them up in the afternoon. Why are you getting rid of your kids? And how is that so easily to do when they're in a whole new environment that they know nothing about? Why? Is mom and dad splitting up? Is there a problem in the marriage? Is there a problem with the gruesome twosome? What's the rush? Why did they have to leave so quickly out of the United States? Why is she sending her kids to boarding school? To me, it's like a punishment. That would be a full-blown punishment.
Harry's going to be at home doing the school run, looking after the children. It'll be Meghan embarking on a transatlantic career and spending quite a bit of time, I understand, over in LA.
My wife and I would.
They're splitting up. They're separating. Meghan is leaving her kids with Harry in the UK, and she's going to go back to the United States and try to make something of herself. What do you guys think? It looks like she's dropping off baggage, which is her husband. Is he in her way? Why is it so important for Meghan to drop off her family in the UK and run back to the United States? Is this the separation? Is this divorce? Is this the beginning of how it would be if they got a divorce? Let's make this make sense. Let's talk this out, guys. Help me out. Why do you think they will go back to being working royals? As long as the United Kingdom has something to say about it, heck no. I don't think the UK people is going to want to see Meghan and Harry be working royals. So I doubt that very seriously. What I see is Meghan dropping off her kids and her husband and going back to the United States to try to to do what? To live? There is no way in hell that me and Eric would do a split-a-do. It's just not possible. It's just not possible for me and Eric to split up like that and live separate lives. Put Kara in a boarding school. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to the UK and I'm going United States, and I'm going to fulfill my dreams and my goals and my aspirations. I'm not going to stay with the family and make sure they're okay and everything is good and Archie and Lily. I'm going to leave my kids in the United Kingdom and leave. Check this out. She made a hasty decision to move back to the United Kingdom, put her kids in prep school. And when is she exiting the stage? Are you planning on dropping your kids off at a boarding school and then running back to the United States to fulfill your dreams and goals? And what is Harry going to do? This is the beginning of the end.
We're moving on. We're focused on
y'all moving back.
What's coming next.
You're not moving on. What is next? You guys honestly look like two people running in the middle of the night from something. The marriage ain't marriaging. Things ain't happy in Montecito land, in UK land. Now the kids are in the middle of the situation and trying to figure out where we going, why we moving to the United Kingdom, who lives there, how do we get adjusted, how do we finagle this new situation?
We learned this week Prince Harry, his wife Meghan, and their two young children will move back to the UK 6 years after fleeing the monarchy for California.
No notification.
Even King Charles reportedly was surprised by the news.
Snowdrop, this is what you do. Unsubscribe and resubscribe and put on your notification again. Sometimes I have to do that because I wasn't getting Auntie Mickey's notifications. And I had to put that on yesterday. I had to do it because I missed her whole live. Prince Harry went back so that the firm and gray suits protect him from Meghan Markle. Harry, why did you take you and your kids and your wife back to the United Kingdom? Why is it okay for her to go and do her dreams and aspirations while you sit in the corner all day looking at when your kid's gonna come home and you ain't got nothing to do because you ain't got no job, and then they're at a boarding school at that, an extended stay situation. What is going on with the gruesome twosome? Are they splitting up? Oprah, is she splitting or split? Did they split? Are they splitting? Help us out. Archie only goes home in the evenings, early mornings, and after school. So far, it's only being reported for Archie, not Lily. Whoa, girl. Ain't no way in hell I'll leave my kids. Ain't no way on this green, beautiful, whatever you want to call it, earth-a-do. There's no way I could separate myself from my child. Maybe a couple of weeks, but that's it. You know how they go when they go see Mama and Grandpa and Papa them during the summer for a couple of weeks. That's it. And then you got to come back to the crib-a-do. Because what's not going to happen is I'm going to be away from my child. Especially at this tender, loving age. It's such a tender age and they need their mother. And if you're planning on running back to the United States and staying an extended stay without your kids, there's something wrong with that, Meghan. There's something wrong with that. What's up, Carl? Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Oh, wow. No notification. I don't know what's going on with Snowdrops. Letitia, are you going to order some of Meghan spiced apple butter? I'm not ordering nothing else from that woman. She's not getting no more of my money because everything she produces is disgusting. And that's not because I don't care for her. It's the truth. If our products was that famous and that loved and that liked and that great, wouldn't she be selling out of everything right now? She's not. Nobody want no apple butter. I don't want hers. And like someone said, if that was your signature dish, why you didn't make the apple butter first? No, you went with raspberry jams. Is that what you running back to? Your raspberry jam, your Instagram? Your what? Because you're not famous here in the United States. Hollywood has kicked you smooth out. They want nothing to do with you. So what is the purpose of you coming back to the United States? Why? Why, Plotter? Why do you think she's still hanging on to the American dream? The American dream left a long time ago. You were 40-something still chasing the American dream. You got married to a prince so you can chase the American dream. You got married to a prince. They called you the Duchess of Sussex. And now you are all trying to be something else that you're not. She's going to run back to the United States and do what? Make money for them and then send Harry the money? Yeah, right. Meghan is not taking care of no man. A day boarder. So Snowdrop, I heard that it's like an extended stay. He's there a little extra longer than norm. What I'm trying to figure out is why in the heck are they putting these kids, shoving them into an environment that would probably scare the hell out of them? A whole new country, a whole new way of living, a whole new set of rules, a whole new set of everything. Do you really think that these kids are prepared for England and the school and everything? The problem with that is that they were raised in the United States. There's going to be some major adjustments. Wow, Snowdrop said, poor lad. He's going to be tired, long days and long nights. Yeah, he's going to be exhausted. He's not used to this type of environment. Going to school for long hours and long periods of time because his parents are over there with their shenanigans. They're either getting a divorce or separating. This is a trial separation because she is leaving the United Kingdom. It's just a matter of time and when. And what's the rush? They rushed over here on a private jet. Interesting, interesting. Hello, Mary. Welcome in. How many spiced apple butters does Meghan have to sell to put her kids into boarding school? Okay. A lot. A lot more than she thinks. Letitia, those kids were taken from their mother before something could be recorded. Ooh, their real mother? Seems like they're transitioning for a separation. Separation. They're separating and they don't want anybody to know. They're keeping it a secret. Whose idea was it to separate? Was it Harry's idea or was it Meghan's idea? What's with the separation? Because if, in fact, you're leaving UK, Meghan, to go back to the United States and leave your kids, that doesn't look like a very good mother. It's almost like you're just I'm gonna put my kids away and I'm gonna go back to the United States and continue to try to fulfill my needs and wants. Maybe if I drop them off because they're in the way, I need to focus. What mother leaves their kid? Martha Stewart has a Netflix cooking lifestyle show out this week. Show her how it's done, Martha Stewart, because if she doesn't hang in to America, she divorces Harry where she's going to go. That's true. That's why the separation. Because she needs to hang on as long as she possibly can to the Duchess of Sussex, to being married to a prince. Do you guys think Harry woke the hell up? No, these are Meghan making these decisions. Harry doesn't want to break up. He wants to stay married. But Harry, why are you allowing your wife to drop you and the kids off while she go back and do what she wants to do in America? Meanwhile, the American Hollywood are chasing the royals. Exactly. It will be an alien to them. It is. They're going to feel like they're on another planet. Like, what the hell? You can't tell me that they may not even be bullied or something like that because where they come from, they're prince and princess. So you're just going to stick them in the middle of a boarding school, prep school, an extended long stay from home, instead of gradually adjusting them to that new lifestyle. And then how long are you going to be in the UK to allow your kids to adjust? Are you running back? Are you abandoning your kids? If you leave the United Kingdom in the next 2 weeks, I will think of that you have abandoned your kids. That's what the elite do. All rich kids go to day boarding school. That's a bunch of BS. Demon dictator. Meghan is dropping off her kids. She's abandoning them. Where are you going, Meghan? You got 2 small kids that's in first grade and kindergarten and trying to develop themselves, and they need their mother there when they get home from school. Where are you going? What is the plan? Are you fleeing? Boarding school is wonderful for children and parents. I wouldn't want it any other way, but if your kids are adjusted to that. I couldn't imagine leaving my kid in school day in and day out. I just think that would just be overwhelming to them. Don't you think? She's following Doria's parenting style. See you later when I want to see your money, honey. She's following a parenting style. You must be there. You have to be present. You have to be there. You can't be absent. You can't say, I'm going to the United States to cover some affairs. What affairs? What is up with the gruesome twosome? Two epidural. When she was filming herself twerking. Remember, it's so important that she picks up the kids and drops them off. Those kids will get ripped to pieces. Yeah. Yeah. I would be really cautious. I would be really like, oh my God, how is Lily going to adjust? How is Archie going to adjust? I'm sure they will, but why would I leave them? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe Meghan is going to stay there this whole year to watch her kids and make sure they're okay. Or is she going to be returning to the United States? How is she going to look? You're going to look really weird coming back to the United States without your husband and your child, your kids. I think it's going to look really weird. Imagine me and Eric going to the United Kingdom. What's up, Lisa? And then we dropping off Kara at a boarding school and I'm hitting the road. What the hell? Lady Letitia, and you leaving Eric over there. I'm going back home to the United States. I'm going back to Texas. Good luck. Work it out the best way you possibly can. My husband's going to build a cage too, Plotter. A whole cage. Happy Friday, everyone. Lisa's in the building. No, she is not Mother of the Year. She's finna show her true colors if she leaves those kids in the UK and hit the road. And you know what she wanted to do? She wanted to secure that show, The Gentleman. She wanted that role, and we don't even know if they're picking that up for a third season. That show that she was going to be playing on is a British film show. Here's the thing with that. They don't want her. So now she doesn't have an excuse as to why she has to run back to the United States as if there's something going on that's pressing. True, Letitia, and I don't think they will have taken the time that William and Catherine and other parents do to make sure the school affairs fit the child. Exactly. Because I'm working with my daughter's teacher right now to see if she is the best teacher for my daughter. Is this the best class for her? You know, as far as her development is concerned. Because I want my daughter to be comfortable. I want her to enjoy school. I want her to like it. I don't want her coming home talking about it's hard, mommy, and the teacher's mean. But she hasn't done that in a while. She only did it that one time, and I addressed the teacher. Little George went to, okay, I don't know that. Some Mount Shore first, then Thomas, because they suited the kids' interest and level at that time. Ooh. See, and they're adjusted. They're well adjusted to their environment because they got great parents, William and Catherine, because they put their kids before themselves. Their education and where they go and where they're being growing up and becoming these young little minds is important to Catherine and William. Meghan has been uprooting her kids since they were born. First, she shipped Archie and her and Harry over here during the Brexit situation. Now they're reversing the Brexit and saying, oh, we want the kids to go to school in the United Kingdom. We want them to understand their heritage. A bunch of BS. This is Meghan's doing. Let me tell you. If it doesn't benefit Meghan, it doesn't benefit anyone at all. Here's the deal. Meghan set this whole situation up. And we're going to see how it plays out because this is her idea. This wasn't Harry's idea to come back to the UK. Please, she's not listening to him. She's not saying, okay, hon, let's move back because you want to. No, it's something in it for her. Is she dumping her family? I just wonder. Button folding like Beyonce. We have never seen Arch a little bit exchange with each other, so it is hard to know how they will ever engage with other children. Well, it's hard to see them engaging with other children. You never see them with the other kids. You never see them with Serena's kids. You never see them with her friends' kids. I feel like these kids are isolated. Plotter, yes, it folded, popped, dropped, bounced, and migrated from central to diagonal. It even went above the nipple line. Woo! Yeah, cage building tips. Yeah, I told him that I wanted him to take her out on daughter dates. Daughter date where she dresses up, and I don't know if she's all into dressing up because she always looks good, but and going out with her daddy and having a date because he's definitely going to show her how she's supposed to be treated, how a man is supposed to treat his daughter. That is extremely important to me, that we instill that in her, that she don't go around getting a jerk for a friend or a jerk for someone that she wants to be with. No, it's important that we help her develop that as well. We'll have mommy and daddy in the cage, right? Plotter, she'll have mommy and daddy in the cage. Hold on, guys.
News of the move that has reignited curiosity about the awkward dynamics inside the royal family. So why are Harry and Meghan leaving the U.S.? And how do the British royals really feel about their return? NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has our Sunday focus.
The news this week made headlines around the world.
A royal homecoming. Harry and Meghan move back to Britain.
A bombshell not even royal insiders saw coming. After all, this was Prince Harry just last year.
I can't see a world in which I would be bringing my wife and children back to the UK at this point.
But for Harry and Meghan, that world is changing. The Daily Telegraph reports the couple and their 2 kids, Archie and Lilibet, plan to live in a non-royal residence. The children already enrolled in British schools. One possible landing spot, the village near Althorpe House, the ancestral home of the Spencer family, where Harry's mom, the late Princess Diana, grew up. Meghan posting pictures of a family trip there in July. The couple left Britain in 2020, alleging hostility and racist attitudes by the press and the royal establishment, and expressing worries for their safety. They settled in California, where Harry launched grenades at his family from afar. Everything from his tell-all book Spare to that infamous Oprah interview.
I've got to do something for my own mental health, for my wife's, and for Archie's as well, because I could see where this was headed.
Hi, everybody. Some separating. Are they getting a divorce? Is that what this is, Earl? Okay, at first it was touch and go, Earl, but Meghan won't be in it. You forgot, you left something out, Earl. Meghan will not be in the show. Meghan will not be in The Gentleman. They wasn't sure of a 3rd season. That's what I said. I said they wasn't sure of a 3rd season. But maybe, obviously, they picked it up for a 3rd season. But that doesn't mean Meghan's going to be a fixture in the show. Sorry. Meghan do Pat Walks with the Doll, also recorded for Netflix. The 2 of them pushing an empty pram, taking Lily on a walk. I know Snowdrop and Plotter are doing it today.
Despite pleas for their privacy, Harry and Meghan seem to court publicity in the US with a Netflix documentary.
Very awkward at first, like, oh God, do we kiss? And I just remember he handed me a chicken sandwich.
A spot.
In spite of the couple's lying about privacy and not wanting to be in the limelight, wanting their privacy, yet and still they came to the United States and was public figures on the Oprah show, Netflix show, Spotify, and a book. But they wanted to live a private life. That was a lie do. Meghan doesn't want to live a private life. Now she has kids and a husband. How is she going to prioritize that? Is she going to continue to put them first, or is she going to put them on the back burner and run to Montecito and live like she's single? Oh, today Kara was a scientist. Let's see if I can show you guys a quick picture of her. She dressed up like a scientist. She had a stethoscope on because we didn't have the white coat. We had to improvise, guys. But it was so cute. Just a quick glance. There she goes. Just a quick look, because you got Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs out there. Harry better not do that for Lily, given he likes to pop little white pills in young girls' mouths. Ooh, careful. What they gonna do with their chickens? Meghan's gonna come back and raise the chickens? When you were in your 20s, did you let men put pills in your mouth? Well, what are you talking about, Earl? Be careful. Be careful, Earl, or Snowdrop kick you out. Vanna Dews. Snowy, then you go to the damn tea party. Lisa B, she always wants to be the center of attention. She doesn't want privacy. No, she's going back to the United States.
Spotify deal, and Meghan's lifestyle brand.
Meghan's lifestyle brand, Meghan's as ever, Meghan's jar of jam, Meghan's entrepreneurship, Meghan's philanthropy, Meghan's awards, Meghan. Everything's been about freaking Meghan since she's been in the United States. Am I right? Haven't she been trying to brand her over and over and over and over again? And each time she tries to brand herself, she fails at it miserably. Every year she's as ever. And Scam Jam. Meghan is a Mimi girl. Meghan is a Mimi person. She only cares and thinks about herself. And whatever decision that they have made in this recent decision making for her kids to come back to the UK was her decision, was Meghan's decision. And we will see how this plays out. Will she stay or will Meghan go away?
I'm going to share some little tips and tricks.
But the ventures were met with mixed reviews. So why are they coming back now? India McTaggart is an NBC News royal contributor.
His father is still dealing with cancer treatment, and Harry has made clear he wants to spend more time with him. But I also think commercially, there may be a reason why they're moving.
Okay, let me say this again, and let me be clear. They're moving back because of the decisions that Meghan wants to make. If Meghan doesn't want to come back to the UK, then Meghan is not coming back to the UK. So this decision was her decision, and it's something in it for her. Are you dropping off your kids so you can focus on your career, on your branding? Are you guys separating?
In fact, there's a sense that maybe things haven't worked out quite the way they wanted in the US.
A source familiar with the couple's plans tells NBC News Harry and Meghan will not reprise their roles as working royals.
You wasn't
Public
anyway.
sentiment is divided.
It's a good thing to be back with family.
Kara's turned into a
So I think
pumpkin.
that'd be good.
They trashed the whole country numerous times, betrayed their family, betrayed his king, his father. Went out to America, and now they're bored, and now they want to come back.
33% of Britons view Harry positively versus 76% for William, according to a YouGov poll. Only 22% see Meghan in a positive.
You're playing, Earl. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What is the question? Am I what? LL is you, are you? Are you getting paid to hate on someone you never met? We don't have to meet someone to know about how we feel about that person, especially when we get to know that person on the level that we have gotten to know Meghan. We know that she's selfish and self-centered and all about herself, and that this move was based on a decision that she made. And I'm almost certain that she's going to return back to the United States and tell her kids and husband she'll be back soon. Let's see how long she stays away. Harry's never made a decision, Plotter. The last time he made a decision was before Meghan. The last time Harry made any major decisions about himself, about his life, was before he ran into Jezebel. Yes. If he hadn't ran into Meghan, he probably would still be making decisions about his life. But now, since he's not making any decisions about his own life, Meghan is making all the decisions. We know that. Oh, yes. No, they're trying to scheme. They're scheming for security. Mary, thank you. Point well taken. He doesn't say anything. And he's always covering for Meghan, even when she's wrong. He likes to deflect. That's his main goal, is to don't look over here, look over there. Don't look at Meghan, but look over there at the look. Nothing to see here. No need to meet a celebrity to have an opinion about a celebrity. Make it plain, plotter. They expose themselves. They expose themselves to the world. The world will have opinions. It's that simple. Well, what's interesting is Earl act like he's met her. You act like you know her personally. Earl, you act like you know Meghan personally. Have you met her? We don't know nothing about it. You talk as if you know her. It's weird. But when you do talk as if you know her, you're wrong every time. You're in defense of her. The only thing you guys know about Meghan is what the media tells you to believe. See what I'm saying? We don't have discernment of our own, huh, Earl? We can't determine on our own that Meghan is fake and a fraud. She's a fake and she's a fraud. And unfortunately, the more and more we get to know Meghan, the more and more things stays the same. The more and more she lets us know who she is, a very selfish, self-centered person. Watch how she dropped these kids off in the UK and hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. At a boarding school. How proud of you of Meghan dropping off her kids at a boarding school, Earl. She's finna hit the road. She's finna go back to the United States. She's just dropping off her kids. Okay, no drop. Yeah, Earl, did you get paid this month? For windmilling?
Positive light. King Charles found out about their planned return just days before the announcement.
Yeah.
The family visited with him in July, the first time the king had seen his grandchildren in 4 years.
Life is precious. I don't know how much longer my father has.
Still,
I don't know how long my father has. Life is precious. First and second and third and fifth and all. They are not going back to the UK because they want King Charles to have a relationship with the kids. That's a bunch of hogwash. If Meghan wanted them to have a relationship with the king and their cousins and stuff, she wouldn't have left. If she wanted them to be a part of a big family or something bigger than her, she would have never left. But now that she's back, what's your MO? What is your plan?
unclear who will pay for the family's security, which was scaled back when they left.
He's been very vocal about the fact that he hasn't come back with his wife and children because of fears for their safety. Now, we understand that there will...
Their safety. Why are you back now? Why they back now? I thought it was a safety issue. I thought UK was this dangerous place.
Be changes on that front.
And Raph joins us now from outside of Buckingham Palace. Raph, good to see you. So does this move home change Harry's role within the royal family? And what do we know about his relationship now with his brother William, the future king?
Just jacked up.
So, Willie, Buckingham Palace has been very clear. Harry is still a member of the royal family, but he is no longer a working royal. He doesn't represent the monarchy as an institution.
He doesn't represent the monarchy. He's not a working royal. He's not an asset. He's an outcast. Harry has to sit on the sidelines and watch. Just because he's back in the UK doesn't give him a job. He's still unemployed. What are they going to do about money, Earl? Is Meghan going to run back to the United States and make money and send money to Harry and the kiddos? Is that what's going on? I thought your girl said she would never step foot back up into the UK. What's the sudden change, Earl? Are they getting a divorce? Are they separating? What's up with the marriage? I thought they were going off to Hollywood to be better and live a separate life from the UK. Why are they running back? What's the run back for? No, they're going to a prep school that's an extended stay. But don't you think it's weird that she's putting them in a prep school, a school at all, without just taking it slow so they can adjust? She's just throwing them in there. Hey, let's go. We're leaving. We're going back to the UK. At least you guys are. I'm not staying in the United Kingdom. She don't care where they live. It doesn't matter to her. She's not staying there. They are getting paid. The Sussex Squad does get paid. It's been an official documentation. Meghan and Harry pays these people to be mean. Oh, so? Woody woo, they got 83 acres. Woo, good for Meghan. Wherever she goes, she's not going to be satisfied. She's not going to be happy. She's not going to be content. Meghan is complaining as we speak.
And none of that is going to change because of this move. In terms of his relationship with his brother William, it's no secret there's been a lot of tension there. Harry said in his memoir that he and William came to physical blows back in 2019. They haven't been seen in public together in 2 years since their uncle's funeral, but there may be an opportunity for reconciliation coming up. Next year is the 30th anniversary of the death of their mother, Princess Diana, and so that could be a chance for the brothers to come together.
I got it.
A lot of people watching this one. Raph, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on
I think that he abandoned the country and its people once, and from that position it's very hard for him to come back and to be accepted by a lot of people. Yeah, I can understand him being concerned about his father's health. Anybody would be.
Harry abandoned his people, abandoned the Queen. He was a traitor. He abandoned his people. And now he's coming back. This is how they feel about the situation. He abandoned. He's going to have to be accountable for his actions.
But perhaps if he made private visits and made it not such a public spectacle for somebody who said he was going to leave because he wanted a quiet life and not to be bothered by the press. He seems to have sought that out very, very much since he's been gone, and it's been a constant issue.
Yeah, I think that they should be able to live happily and peacefully wherever they want to go. I personally like Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. I think they've built a lovely life together. And sadly, I think that no matter where they live, they're going to get vilified. So they just ought to go wherever makes them happiest.
My personal thoughts are that I think he's lonely. I think he's missing his family, and he's a royal at the end of the day, so I think he misses that life completely. So what he wanted was to get away from and have a more of an independent life, and he can't have that. So I think he's missing that side of things, and I think there's more to Charles than what we all think. So I think there's probably he's coming back more for his dad as well. If he wants,
this isn't Harry's decision. This is Meghan's decision. Harry doesn't make decisions. Me and Plotter figured that out a long time ago. When is the last time that Harry even made a decision? He hasn't. He doesn't make decisions. Meghan makes the decisions. She made the decision to move to the United States. She's making the decisions to do the Oprah show, Netflix, write a book, Spotify. That was all her doing because she had the no's and who's and who's. So she set up those deals. She set all that up. All that was going on while she was trying to live a private life.
to try and build his royal side back up again, I think he would be welcome. He would be welcome.
Let's talk to the royal editor, esteemed author of a current book. You can get this at your shelves right now in your bookstores or Amazon, The Windsor Legacy, but many other books out there as well. Robert Jobson, welcome, Rob.
Hi, Kevin.
Good to have you on the show. Well, first of all, they're back. What would you imagine their early days of their return will be about? I mean, my theory, you're much more of an expert than me, obviously, is one of the important appointments that Harry wants to make will be with his father to go there and say, Dad, I'm broke. Can I have some money?
I think that's probably already happened, but the King's up in Scotland at the moment with William and Catherine and the kids up there. I can imagine them going up to Scotland, yeah. When William and Catherine are out the way and they've gone on their travels, I think that Harry and the kids and Meghan will probably go up to Scotland at some stage. They're going to settle their house, so it's a busy time for them. They're going to sort the kids out in school. Again, a situation they're going to work on. But I mean, it's quite interesting, you know, that the spokesman for Harry and Meghan saying, "Oh no, their arrival's a private matter, and they didn't talk about it for security." Yet the ones that are on side in the WhatsApp group are all there ready taking the picture. We all know that the media will play the game because, you know, if you're going to get certain advantages, they're going to other papers are going to, you know, do the story, which is fair enough. That's what, you know, don't shoot the messenger. But I find it all really hypocritical, them arriving on a private jet, costing God knows how much, how much, you know, 9,000 an hour or something. What is, I don't know. This is a guy who's an eco-warrior telling everyone else, you know, not to fly. And here he is flying on a private jet to Birmingham. It's just, you know, it's whoever, I mean, these people are beyond advising, but, you know, that's not a great look, is it? Particularly when I think the Wales kids and the...
Rob, can you explain to the troublemakers how important it is that a security detail of lethal force actually does look as nondescript as possible? Why the Star, it's in their best interest to look as though they're just moving around normally?
You have to do this because that's when danger strikes. Danger doesn't strike in a very public way. It strikes in those very small, intimate, private moments. That's when a celebrity is at their most vulnerable.
Think about John Lennon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when security is at its best, and it's never 100%. And so, I'm cautious talking about people's security, but I think the big picture to take away is that the louder the security, the more insecure the star. And it's not about their safety, their ego is insecure. Diddy used to have a ridiculous amount of security. It was like an army. It was 4 SUVs of just huge guys. They looked like guys that came from Aladdin's lamp. Like, they were huge. They were genius.
Mm-hmm.
They were like 7 foot and shoulders from here to the stars that mean business have really discreet security. And so this tells me this is all about Harry and Meghan's ego. And it also tells me too, which is, I think, a really, really major point here. For a couple who talk and bitch and moan about security as much as they do, they actually don't have the security that is sophisticated enough to deal with a problem. If they want to make security their issue, and it clearly is what Harry wants. What Harry wants in Britain is not what he has in Montecito. The security that William and Kate have, you wouldn't even know they were there. They're not these massive people screeching around in cars. That story in the New York Times is so delicious. I read it 4 times. They're clearly subscribing to the nerve. What happened? That the New York Times got it. They finally got it. But it tells me too, because the New York Times takes a long time before they'll take a punch. It tells me where Harry and Meghan are on the celebrity food chain. I think the New York Times would be softer to Kim Kardashian than they are now to Harry and Meghan. Harry and Meghan, their brand is so tarnished that there's no downside now to telling the truth.
Their brand is so tarnished. You can't have a brand that's tarnished and think you're going to be successful at it. Your brand is failing. Your brand is not branding. No matter how, as ever, Riviera Orchard, as ever, it's ever been, stupid stuff. Here's the dealio. It didn't work out in the United States. It really didn't. But what's interesting about it is that she's going to come and try to do it again. She's going to come and try to do it once again. Demon Dictator, when is your birthday? Her birthday is coming up. It was Harry's decision to leave. Meghan wasn't at the Sandringham Summit, please. Everybody knows it was called Mexit. Come on, Earl, get with the program. It was not Harry's decision. It was Meghan's decision. She had been whining and crying like a 2-year-old about wanting to leave the royal fold. So he finally said, okay, Meghan, let's go. Only for you, darling. Let's make you happy. Why do you want to go, Meghan? Oh, I want to go brand myself in the United States. I want to be bigger than anyone. And I know I can do that now with the Duchess of Sussex. Sure. Sure. I haven't read any of the authors revealing any secrets, Earl. But here's the thing about your friend Harry revealing secrets. It's one thing to reveal secrets about yourself. It's another to start revealing secrets about people that you love. And that's what he did. He started talking about people's privacy, which he shouldn't have done that, but he did. He was all up in William and Catherine's business. He was all up in the business and making a fool out of himself. Because that's what he does when he do it. Harry has been, like Plotter said, he's an embarrassment. He's embarrassed himself. Me too, Carl. He's been doing well so far. The 31st is Monday. Okay. Yeah. It's Monday. I think Demon's birthday is on the 31st. I hope I remembered right. You did, Marie. 142 million in 6 years, Gee. What failures. You know good and well they did not get no $142 million. You know that, Earl. She wish. That don't even sound right. I realize, like Ron, the facts don't matter too. I don't know who you're referring to. Ron who? Andrew Lowe wrote in a book that Philip had numerous affairs. So, there you go. Talking about stuff we're not talking about. So, I don't care. I really don't care. Like, come on, put a 1 in the chat if you guys care that Philip was having numerous affairs. And tell me too, while you're putting a 1 in the chat, what does this got to do with Meghan and Harry moving to the United Kingdom? Is that another deflection, Earl? Don't look at Meghan. Look over here at Andrew. Look over here at Philip. Look over here at Catherine. Let's deflect. It's weird. It's the weirdest thing you can do to me is try to talk about something different than what the subject is. The subject is Meghan going to be going back to the United States without her kids. When is that headline going to show? Woo, 100 million from Netflix, 20 million from Spotify, 22 million from Spare. Stop it. Stop the madness. You know good and well Netflix didn't give her no $100 million. How much money did Netflix give Harry and Meghan for their Netflix deal? The figure you probably heard is 100 million, but there is an important distinction. When Prince Harry and Meghan signed their original 5-year Netflix agreement in 2020, Netflix never publicly disclosed the actual dollar amount. Reported at the time that the value was closed undisclosed. Later reported described the deal as worth up to 100 million. More reporting from Vanity says 2 sources are familiar with the arrangement, but the actual overall figure at a roughly 60 million. What estimates over the years range from 30 million to more than 100 million. Also, 100 million would not mean Netflix simply handed Harry and Meghan $100 million check. An overall production deal includes money used to develop and produce shows, pay staff, and production expenses, and payments tied to the project being made. This is another deflection. One report explains that the couple may initially have received only a few $1,000,000 from development rather than the entire headline amount. So the safety way to test it is originally their Netflix deal widely reported as worth up to 100 million. Newly reporting puts it closer to about 60 million. Their personal take-home earnings from it has never been publicly confirmed. So there. They did not get no $100 million, let it go. It goes to my point, this. Oh, it does? Royal authors spill all kinds of secrets, but Harry can't. Here's the deal. Harry's the one that looks like an idiot, Earl, when he spilled his brother's secrets. So are you saying it's okay for you to talk about your brother, Earl, or your sister, about their personal encounters or their personal life to a whole bunch of strangers, especially without their permission? That makes it worse that a loved one would do it. The media doesn't have an attachment to any of these. The journalists, people that write these books, doesn't have an attachment to Harry and the royals. They're just writing books. What is his excuse for? What is Harry's excuse for spilling secrets about his family? That doesn't make him look good, Earl. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't give him a pass to do it. It makes him look ugly, disrespectful, nasty, and a traitor. That's what Harry looks like, Earl. Like a big fat traitor. So it is a problem, him telling his personal business, his family's personal business. What if someone started telling us about your personal business that you didn't want people to know? But instead you come out with this, that, and this. No, it don't make sense, Earl. That's not okay. Just because he can do it doesn't make the situation okay. Just because Harry did it and had the nerve to do it, don't make him look good in people's light. That was not one of his defining moments. Trust. I know, Potter, the nerve, 100 million. Sure. They wouldn't be running to the UK if they was making that kind of money. Piers Morgan has said in the past that they're made. Earl, if you think they were that rich that Meghan would be running back to the UK, if you honestly think they are that rich that Meghan would be running back to the UK, why is she running back to the UK? That doesn't make sense, Earl. Sometimes I like having conversations with him because I'd like to point out his inconsistencies, his deflection, and how it doesn't make sense for Harry to talk about anybody's secrets other than his own. But it was okay in Earl's eyes, which kind of tells a story about who Earl is. He kind of is almost, to me, Meghan number 2. Earl, are you a narcissist? And Earl, how do you know? You act like you know Meghan and Harry personally. You act like you know them, like you met them in real life. No. I know what she's about. You don't have to. We don't. Everybody knows what Meghan is about. It's not a secret. Everywhere you go, people are talking about her. And they're saying the same thing, Earl. Yeah, that's probably why they're broke. They got all these houses. They got all these houses and stuff. Maybe that's why they need a little moolah. Maybe Meghan said, listen, I'm going to drop the kids and you off in the UK so I can focus on my career, so I can make money and send it to you too. What is she doing? If they got $500 million, why are they running back to Daddy-ola? Dada.
There's none whatsoever. I tread carefully. I like to think I'm ferocious and I'm brave, but I tread carefully. I mean, if somebody calls me in tears or wants me to give them a break for a few weeks, I often do. There's always an upside to that. There is no upside to helping out the Sussexes anymore.
Jane, what do you think their new life is going to look like? Because I think they're going to have more media on them than they've ever had in their lives.
I don't know, because, I mean, if they're in private situations, there's rules against that, right? So it's arguably tighter here than it is in the US. So
is it really? I thought it was the other way around.
No. Well, I mean, TMZ, they're literally in your face when you come out of a doctor's surgery.
Harry and Meghan touched down in the UK. So their private jet landed. Here we have the headline. Harry and Meghan land in Britain. The Sussexes landed at Birmingham Airport at lunchtime on Wednesday, just in time for high tea and crumpets and scones. So anyway, they've landed. I don't know if this is Tyler Perry's jet. I don't know whose jet they're borrowing because they are professional freeloaders and couch surfers. Do we know whose jet that is? They're literally professional freeloaders and couch surfers. Remember when they were living at Tyler Perry's house with all of his like Medea wigs and different characters? That house is probably haunted. You couldn't have paid me to live at Medea's house, but they were like professional royal couch surfers. So I would bet my bottom dollar they did not pay for this jet, but who knows? They've landed back in the UK. They're back on their worldwide privacy tour. Remember, they left the UK because they wanted privacy and more of a private life, and they didn't want to be hounded, and they wanted the kids to have normalcy. Well, that didn't last long because the second the money ran out, the second Netflix was done, the second Oprah was done, the second Martha Stewart was done. Who am I missing? Everybody's done with them. No one gives a rat's ass about them in Hollywood anymore. Now they're crawling back.
They're done. Hollywood has spit them out, and now they're crawling back. Does it look like they're crawling back, Plotter? Snowdrop, guys, does it look like Meghan and Harry are crawling back? It sounds like they want something from the king, that's for sure. It sounds like they want something from the king, in my opinion. What do you want from King Charles? You left. You said you wouldn't want this life. Now all of a sudden you're back and enrolling the kids? Make that make sense. Where are you going? What you gonna do? You mean to tell me you're gonna retire and live a quiet life in Coswoods? Yeah, right, Meghan. You think that she will? Do you think that we're going to do an interview on hers? I want to deep dive it because I want to hear a whole bunch of hogwash that she's talking.
Crawling back like little mice and roaches when the lights come on, scurrying about. And you know things were getting bad when they were crashing the Kardashian party. Remember they went to that Kardashian party and then they made them take the pictures down, and even Kim Kardashian was like, I don't know her, I don't like her. When you are on Kim Kardashian's bad side in Hollywood, that's when you know you're really at the bottom of the barrel scraping. So anyway, we have another picture. This is another picture of the Children of the Corn taken from behind.
Children of the Corn.
Are they going to let the kids be photographed in the UK?
Children of the Corn.
I think that's their last card. I don't think they're going to go over there and not have the kids be photographed because they want to compete with George, Charlotte, and Louis. But anyway, the kids are set to start school soon. We have some notes. I guess I should read them here, right? So they flew in. Archie and Lilibet are set to begin school in England next week, if they exist. They brought their dogs, Mia and Pula, with them to England, but they're keeping their chickens in Montecito. Maybe chicken is code for Harry's mistress. We don't know. They might be returning to royal life. We don't know. They're going to continue independent business deals. I am sure they are. I'm sure they are because grifters are going to grift. Scammers are going to scam. You're not going to just, turn her into a new person because they land in the UK.
Hello?
And so you can see them here. We have lots of pictures of them, doing these philanthropic.
That's because Meghan landed in the UK didn't change who she is. It didn't change who she is when she left. Oh, who honestly thinks she's changed and now she's a better person and she's ready to apologize to King Charles about calling them racist? Or is she the same manipulating person that we know and see? I say she's still the same manipulating person that we see. The manipulation is real. Yep. No, she's trying to manipulate us into thinking that she's this wonderful mom and gonna let King Charles see the kids now and try to be a family or something. This is so self-centered and centered around what's best for Meghan. Selfish, centered around Meghan. Oh, yeah, you know, if we do move the kids back, everybody will see that, yeah, King Charles gets to see the kids. That's one good reason. Another reason, too, is so that I can go back to the United Kingdom and get my scamajam off the ground, and I don't have to worry about you and the kids, Harry. Yeah, that's a scam. Yep. Berating a whole country. Now they coming back looking like idiots. Knock, knock. Who's there? Harry and Meghan. Embarrassing. They're embarrassing themselves.
Efforts and going handing out food and alms to the poor and Oliver Twist. They never do anything without a camera crew. They don't do anything altruistic without a camera crew, in my opinion. And so they're leaving the chickens in Montecito. I think they might rent that house out as an Airbnb. Maybe they can actually turn it into a museum, like a fun house or a house of horrors. And that's horrors, not whores.
And the cow jumped over the moon.
House of horrors. Money and fame horrors, a house of horrors. I think they will charge people money to go walk through their home and take pictures and see their, you know, tomfoolery and buffoonery. Maybe you can see where Meghan and Harry made the jams and the jellies and the dog biscuits. You can go down to the basement where Meghan would keep Harry, you know, working.
No, Meghan pretends like she's a victim. It's really upsetting to those that are real victims. Meghan has weaponized everything. She's weaponized us talking about who she is to a whole bunch of people that lost people and saying that she's the biggest bullied person in the world. She's the victim. She never has something nice to say or great to say about, you know what, I'm living my best life. This is the best life ever. Because she's never satisfied. She's always reaching for something else that's not there. She doesn't have any talent. That's not there. What is she gonna do? Tyler Perry gonna put her in one of his movies and hope for the
In
best?
the assembly line, you can see where they poured the wickless candles. I don't know how you screw that one up. So maybe they could turn the house almost into like a Dollywood, almost into like a Graceland, but for people who are really desperate and have nothing better going on in their lives. But I think that Montecito house might be sold soon. I also think there's another element about their departure and their self-deportation, as I'm calling it. I think they're self-deporting. Harry, you know, there's been a lot of conversation around his visa and the United States government and what's in the visa. Did he lie on the application? How long can he stay here and work without having to go back? And so Prince Harry, I think we're coming up to the end of August, the end of this month. We have the midterms coming. They've already dropped little hints that they're nervous about the White House and the administration. And so I think the visa situation is a little more dire for Prince Harry. I'm almost going to call ICE on Prince Harry too. Imagine ICE running into the Montecito mansion and grabbing Prince Harry. But nonetheless, I think that is a factor here. I think it's sort of a way to consciously uncouple, because Meghan, all of the reporting says that Meghan is going to keep, you know, she's going to be transatlantic. She's going to be bi-coastal, you know, she's
going to be transatlantic, bi-coastal. No, what that means is she's dropping off Harry and the kids in the UK, and she's abandoning them and going back to the United States. Call it like it is. Say what it is. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't cover it up, Earl. Don't make it seem like this is the dream life for Meghan, Harry, and the kids. Nuh-uh, something happened. Something's going on. And I believe it's a separation. I believe they're not getting along. I believe Meghan is a menace to society. I think she's difficult to live with and hard to get along with. I believe that Harry is like, you're not taking my kids. And Meghan is not going to be around. She's going to be back over there in the United States while her kids are in the United Kingdom trying to get adjusted. Don't you need your parents around for that? My daughter just started school and we are just so focused. Me and my husband are focused on my daughter's education, focused on her well-being and all of that. But what I don't understand is how a mother is about to drop her kids off and hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more. Earl, I saw Meghan use word salad and talk about, you know, fake-a-do. Meghan's fake. I don't believe anything that comes out of her mouth. As a matter of fact, I have an interview I'm going to play right now. Let's see what Lauren has to finish saying. But he struck a nerve when he said she's going to be back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. First, she wouldn't let the kids out of her sight. Now, all of a sudden, the kids are in the UK when they go to boarding school. Make that make sense. So, Meghan, you're willing to drop your kids off and hit the road? Is that what you're doing? Harry knows that Prince William is not having anything to do with him. So he's trying to fix things with the king before it's too late. Do you think there is more to the cancer situation? I think that he's overcome this cancer situation. I really do. I think it was prostate and it is fixable. And I think, to me, they caught it early enough in time. I think he's gonna, you know, continue to reign and be the king for a lot longer than we think. That's my personal opinion. And as far as William and Prince Harry is concerned, that relationship is over. The trust is gone. William doesn't trust his brother. And there's no fixing it. Letitia, I always have to say, you girl can sing. Your girl can sing. She can. She has a beautiful voice. I hope she utilizes it one day. Hey, Dale, welcome in. Well, can you at least wait until Meghan actually leaves the UK before you make proclamations of her abandoning her kids now? Okay, fine, Earl, if you insist. I'll give her a moment. Let's see how long she stays in the UK before she hits the road. But Earl, do you see her dropping off her kids and leaving? Do you see that? How do you feel about Meghan dropping off the kids and leaving? How do you feel about her dropping off the kids, period? How do you feel about the kids going to the UK and boarding school or the school? What is your take on that? I would really like to know, because here's the situation. What is she going to do after she gets through being in the UK? Where is she going? Is she staying there? Why is she hopping around? What do you see her doing? Staying in the UK? Do you see Meghan staying in the United Kingdom for long stretch amounts at a time?
It's a flip-flopper.
Flip-flopper. How many people have called Meghan Markle a flip-diddy-doo?
Those jean booty shorts are going to have air miles. She's going to be going California, London, back and forth. So she says she's going to still be international. Harry's going to be at the home in the UK, their new home, with the children who are going to a regular school. So I think this is a way to kind of uncouple, even if they don't file for divorce officially, because that would be very expensive. It's a way to uncouple. Though I do think if they divorce, we're going to get that Meghan Markle divorce book, that tell-all, which people
separate. They're separating. Something's happening in the marriage. It's not going as planned. They're separating. They're splitting. Will Meghan take the kids with her when she goes back to the United Kingdom? Or will Harry be playing Mr. Mom in the UK?
already said she's shopping around. So it'll be interesting to see. There's something rotten in Denmark. There's something here that
I told you there was something rotten in Denmark. Totally something is rotten. I started off, I haven't seen this live, so me and him are always on point. There's something rotten in Denmark. Wow.
doesn't pass the smell test. It hasn't passed the
It doesn't pass the smell test.
smell test since last Wednesday when this huge story broke. And in the
If it broke, it doesn't make sense. The move is not making sense unless there is a separation, unless there is a problem with the marriage, unless there is a divorce. Here's the thing. There is nothing in the UK for them but family. And Meghan doesn't care about family. So why in the heck would she take the kids back to the UK to spend time with the family or to get enrolled in school? It's weird. Meghan is not about family. So make that make sense. Then, hold on.
the past 7 days, we're getting more drips and drops of every.
And then what is it in the UK that's there for them? There's no job. Harry's not a working royal. He's distanced from his brother. Him and his father ain't on the best terms. Him and the UK people aren't on the best terms. They're outcasts. So why would they want to come back to the United Kingdom? I'm onto something here. It's something bigger. And I think it has something to do with the marriage, because anytime you split and separate, that's just that. Meghan is going to be going back and forth. Who does that, Earl?
Everything that's going on, but they're back in the UK. Now, People magazine, which in my opinion has really become a vehicle to launder their image and paint them in a good light. People magazine is like, Meghan Markle woke up today with a smile, headline, exclusive. They're reporting that Prince Harry just missed his home. He wasn't able to establish a close circle of friends, and he missed his longtime friends in the UK. And I actually believe that. I actually believe that People magazine story. And I said a few weeks ago, you know, Chelsea Davy, Prince Harry's ex-girlfriend, and who many believe to be the love of his life, she has been showing off her happy life. She's moved on, and that's been all over social media and in the news. And I think maybe some of that made its way into Harry's psyche. I think that could have been a factor here. I think he sees how his brother and his sister-in-law, Catherine, the Princess of Wales, are really flourishing and thriving, and the kids are having a great life and actually being protected, and they're not being hounded by the paparazzi, and there is a level of respect there. And so for Prince Harry, I think he feels left out of the party, because imagine being
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think he felt left out of the party. If he felt left out of the party, he would have been back a long time ago. Harry is moving on and doing things that his wife has him doing. He's in a state of Meghan. That's where Harry is in a state of Meghan. What Meghan says and does, that's what they do. Period. They're back in the UK, not because of Harry and not because of the kids, because of Meghan.
British royalty, right? People kissing your behind, rolling out red carpets, you're riding around in carriages, and then suddenly you're in California basically trying to be a Kardashian. Like, your wife's in the kitchen with a camera crew moving pretzels from one bag to another. That's a fall from grace. And so I can just imagine him at certain points when he comes down from the psychedelics and the drugs, allegedly. I can imagine him reminiscing on the good old days when he'd go out to the clubs in the UK, when he'd go out with his friends to the pub, when people would stop him and dap him up on the streets and give him a high five. I just think Prince Harry misses that star power that he had in the UK. Going back now with the tail between.
Earl, you know what? You are so funny. The mere fact that you said that Prince Harry and Meghan want them to be immersed in the culture is a bunch of hogwash. Meghan could care less. If Meghan cared about it, she wouldn't have never left from the first place. She wouldn't have been so selfish to think about herself and her own endeavors, and she would have put her kids first in the beginning. No, the only reason why they're in the UK right now is because something's going on with their marriage. And this is the only way to keep the broken marriage a pretend. See, Dell smells it from there. Doria went bye-bye. We never stopped being a working royal. Oh, yeah, they kicked him smooth out. He's left out. That's his own fault. Yeah. That's his own fault.
In his legs, a lot of people aren't excited. They're not happy. They're not going to be welcoming. But let's get to this last royal story that I actually find very interesting. And I think it speaks to the entire ethos of who they are. So according to page 6, Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, they're moving to the UK, as we know, but they had a hard time finding housekeepers and staff because people would come to interview and they found her to be snobbish and rude.
They're looking for people to help with the house. And they can't even find anyone because of Meghan's personality or snobbish ways. Nobody wants to work for her, with her. They want to be away from her. They go and they interview and they're like, oh, hell no. I wonder would Ziggy Lee want this job? Or would Ziggy Lee be like, no, I'm good. He's the gruesome twosome. Can't nobody work with these two. Meghan's lost 28 people of staff from her Archwell charity. She has made grown men cry and need therapy. The twerking royals. That's who they are.
Some of them were so offended by the way she spoke to them that words started getting around. Now, in Hollywood, getting a good housekeeper, a maid, a nanny, it is like gold, right? There's a reason people pay top dollar. There's a reason they move them into their guest houses and their guest rooms like au pairs, because it is like the Hunger Games in Hollywood trying to find a good housekeeper or staff. And so if Meghan Markle has a bad reputation, all the women at the country club are going to talk. All the women down at Soho House are going to talk. At the polo match, they're all going to be chit-chatting. And so I could imagine that her reputation has preceded her. We also had very credible reporting that she could not keep her communications staff. She's been through many, many, many communications folks and publicists, because what are you supposed to do with her? She makes candles. She also makes bookmarks.
How many times has she switched over to her to the companies that she worked with to make her popular? Sunshine Sachs, WME. How many PR teams have Meghan connected with and have failed? She can't keep a PR team.
She has a reality show. She still calls herself the Duchess of Sussex, but then she doesn't want to be a part of the royal family, but then she's moving back. For a publicist, it's hard to work.
I don't want to be a part of the royal family, but I want to use the name Duchess of Sussex, and I'm moving back with my kids. So I'm going to have my kids be around the UK, and it's so dangerous out there. Make it make sense.
Work with
Meghan.
someone who's so frenetic and manic and scattered. And so I can understand having a hard time keeping that staff, right? That staff is going to become very tired, very stressed. The money ain't that good. Let me just tell you, folks like this, which way do I point? Folks like this, the camera's reversed. Folks like this very seldom pay their staff top dollar. In fact, they're probably paying the nanny the bare minimum. And then you got Gwyneth Paltrow and others in the neighborhood who are just writing those checks. And so I can imagine that people went into interview for jobs. You also probably go into the house. It's not well kept. There are roaches, insects.
I think the house is dirty. I really do. I don't think that they keep a clean house. Meghan doesn't come off to me as this tidy person. So I bet they do need a housekeeper for sure. But who can work with her? That's the problem. I'll work for her for $500 million per Meghan says she has. Chris Morgan says she has. Right. That's what Earl came up with. I will too. But I'll tell her about herself. Get somewhere and sit down, Meghan. Quit talking to me like that. Quit treating people like that. Quit being rude and disrespectful. Quit being mean and ugly to your staff.
And the food, the kids, we don't know how the kids behave. And so I just don't think it was one of those places where you really wanted to work. Like, do you want to be yelled at by Meghan Markle in her jean booty shorts? You know what I'm saying? And I think we're going to see more of these stories. I think these stories are going to continue to come out now because they're not in California. The folks in Hollywood, the staff, the people behind the scenes, whether it's a cater waiter.
Oh, do you guys think now that Meghan and Harry has left, the media is going to be like reporting on them and talking about, you know, more and more about them here in the United States, like Meghan was this and Meghan was that? I just wonder if they're going to start having articles about her, or are they going to just leave it alone?
Who worked an event, they're going to feel more footloose and fancy free to speak up, even on the record, because Harry and Meghan are across the pond. They're across the Atlantic Ocean. They're probably never coming back. I don't think Harry's ever coming back. I think this is the beginning of the end. But people are going to start speaking up more. And so I think we're going to see more of these stories. It is going to be a feast for all of us. It is going to be like Thanksgiving, Christmas, everything wrapped into one.
The stories that are fin to flood. Here's the dealio. Meghan moving back to the UK is huge. There is going to be story after story after story after story. And like Lauren is saying, just a plethora of information about these two. The stories are going to be storying. This is what we needed to regroup with what's going on with her. Someone said that Meghan was boring. No, you're boring. You're the boring person. Okay? You're boring. You don't have it going on, and you wish you did. But one thing about it is Meghan is going to bring it. She's going to give you the controversy. She's going to PR it. She's going to get in front of you. I wonder if they house their got in the Coswoods in next door to Ellen. That would be ideal, I'm sure. Okay. Right. Remember when the Ferris used to roast people? Imagine giving them a roast. Well, we're going to get some more information.
One, because we're going to get everything that people have been keeping in the vault, right? They're going to unload the clip of
We're going to get everything that the media here was keeping in the vault, that didn't want to say anything about Meghan and Harry while they were here. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to have all these opinion pieces. The flood work is going to just come out. Meghan this, Meghan that. And I'm talking about in the United States, Earl, not the United Kingdom, how they are going to be unloading on Meghan. It's just a matter of time.
Everything they've stayed silent on when it comes to Harry and Meghan. So we'll be following all of this. As you know, this is going to be your one-stop shop. We're going to be following everything. But they've just touched down. I think we'll know more in a couple of weeks. It'll be interesting to see their first engagement. Are they going to try and upstage Prince George on his first day of school? You know, that's a very big deal at Eton. So it'll be interesting to see. I think there's going to be competition. I think Meghan Markle still sees herself in this delusional way in competition with Catherine, even though you can't compete where you can't compare. Okay, it's like a thoroughbred next to a dog with 3 legs. Like, there's no comparison between Catherine and Meghan Markle, but it'll be interesting to see because they're going over there to stir the pot. They're stirring, let me get my comb here. They are stirring the cauldron and stirring the pot because that's what they do. They're SHIT stirrers for a living. They stir the pot for a living. A lot of skincare.
All right, guys. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready to shut it down. Put a 2 in the chat if you want to see her interview. Because we can always do her interview tomorrow. I've been on 2 hours. Is that good enough? Or should we go and do the interview? I need your assistance. How could there be any more news stories about Meghan and Markle? This is the story, Earl. Her moving back to the United Kingdom is breaking freaking news. We never thought she would go back to this racist country. Are you kidding? It's going to be news for days. Oh, rest in peace, Yankee Wally. Take a nice break, says Marie. Earl, be careful. Just because you don't like someone, don't mean that you need to be disrespectful about where they live and where they come from. Okay, especially the deceased. Okay, Mary said take a break, so that's what I'm gonna do. We'll come back with the interview another day. I'm going to play my lovely song that I love to play. I really want to do the interview, but if you guys are tired. Where's Pickles? Lisa B, how are you? Are you guys tired? No one. Mary's the only one that says something to go rest. Do your thing, girl. Go on, girl. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. I heard Golden call you a coon and a bitch, but I have to be careful. Is that fair? Earl, here's the thing. You are my guest on my channel. You're in my chat. You're my guest or whatever. And you're talking about something that has nothing to do with anything. You're talking about Golden. About what Golden has said to me. Is that fair? What do you mean, is that fair? I mean, what was the point of you bringing it up at all about Golden? Do you believe that that's what I am? Do you believe what she said is true? If you believe that I'm a coon and a bitch, Then why do you believe that? I'm asking you because you brought it up, Earl. You know, I only respond to Golden when there is on a need-to basis. And that means that I really don't give a shit about what Golden calls me and what she says about me, because her opinion about me doesn't really matter to me. But what I don't want to happen is people like you, Earl, to come in here and make these kind of statements about me being a bitch and a coon, about someone calling me that. And you have what's your point? Are you saying that you're glad that she said that about me? Or do you agree with what she said about me? Or do you want me to, what is it that you want me to do with this sentence? Help me out. I don't care about Golden. I don't. If I cared about what she said about me, don't you think I would have responded to it? I talked about it last night on my live. I said, this is how I feel about what Golden thinks about me. And I started talking about something else, which explains that I don't really give a damn about what Golden thinks and feels. But you're in my chat bringing up something that is very negatory and nasty towards me. And I want to know why you felt the need to bring up something that someone said about me, as if you believed it, or as if you're okay with it, or you think I owe an explanation as to why Golden says the disgusting, despicable, nasty, unhinged things that comes out of her mouth. Golden is a nobody. Okay? She's a nobody to me. And now you want me to stop my live, stop talking about Meghan and Harry for some odd reason. And you like to deflect, and now you want to bring up something that someone said about me. For what? To get my attention, to get my reaction, for me to get upset? What was your point in this sentence about Golden? Like, I give a shit about Golden. I don't care about her. I don't care about what she thinks. I don't care about what she feels. I could care less. I don't care about her. Every now and then I will bring her up. We will talk about her because she keeps running over there to the lion's den. And I think that is a topic of conversation. I find it interesting and stupid on her behalf. But I just find it weird for you to bring this up. Because she the one looks like a fool when she calls me these names. Okay, Lily, we're going to do the interview. What do you guys think of Earl bringing that question out to me? And you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But what was his point? I just wonder what the point was. Did you want me to know that Golden said that about me? I know she's over there unhinged and talking stupid and out the side of her neck. I know that Golden is over there with outrage. And it's weird because she's mad at the wrong person. The person she should be mad at is the one that called her an op, that set her up, that calls her out of her name all the time. That friend, that's her friend. But no, she wants to talk about me. She spent all day yesterday talking about what? And not one time after I listened to it that I was sparked to get on here and talk about it, because I don't give a damn. I really don't care. If I cared, don't you think I would have started my live out with talking about Golden and saying, oh, guess what, guys? Golden went on a rampage talking about me yesterday, and she called me a coon. Here's to the name calling. Right back at you. And then some. Right back at you. And then some. To me, she made herself look like the fool. She made herself look like the idiot. She resulted in name calling. And I think it's childish that you have to resort to name calling because you get upset that someone has an opinion or is saying something about you. I think to treat you differently, Earl. I have not called you out your name. I've never called you anything remotely close to what Golden has said to me. So why would you inadvertently say that to me? I disagree with you because I don't agree with most of the things that you say about Meghan. And period. If you said something to me that was true or that I believe, I'll give it to you. I'll say, yeah, you're right about that. But for the most part, you and I think differently about the same person. And I don't know if you're getting into your feelings about it, or if you're upset, or what the case may be, or if I'm acting different towards you. No, you're the one with the other side, which we embrace, and we allow you to come in here and tell us your side of the story, even though you deflect every now and then. We allow you to do that over here, Earl, and we respect your opinion. That's one thing that I do. I respect your opinion. Why do you think I'm spending this much time just with you? Talking to you, Earl. So, no, I don't treat you differently. You have a difference of opinion. And sometimes I like to talk about your opinion. I like to talk about what you have to say versus what I'm saying. Unfortunately, it's like that because we have we think of this woman totally two different ways. I think she's selfish. You don't. I think she's a mean girl. You don't. I think that she moved to the UK and made this decision. And maybe you don't. And maybe some other people don't either. But what we're not going to do, Earl. And I don't mind you telling me what Golden said about me. I don't mind that. But I felt something else in that comment. Like, what? Almost, are you asking me why I'm coming after you and I don't go after Golden? Is that the question? First of all, I don't respect Golden, but I respect you. I don't respect her. Anytime someone can call me names and not back up why they're calling me these names, but just want to be mean and nasty and think that is a comeback, that's what Golden does. That's what she does. She wants my attention. And I'd rather give it to you, Earl, than give it to her. But You brought her into this conversation. And I kind of hate that because I've given her too much energy already. And I like to save my energy for when I really need to use it on her. Like when her and Maggie get to arguing again, I want to use it for that because I will talk about it. Because it is going to happen. They will get into a fight. They will start arguing. And Maggot's going to get mad. And Golden's going to run back home and say she's not coming back over there anymore. And then she's going to run back. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's what she does. And we're going to talk about it. We're just waiting for it to happen. In the meantime, I really don't care what she has to say, Earl, what comes out of her mouth. She's showing me that she's despicable, that she has a foul, nasty mouth, and who cares? It defines her personality. It makes her look like a fool. It makes her be embarrassment. You're embarrassing yourself, Golden, when you get on your platform and start ranting and raving about someone that doesn't even care about you. So I wasn't even going to talk about that subject. Let's say it again. I wasn't even going to talk about it because it didn't affect me. Normally when something affects me, I'll strike up a live and do it. But nothing she said, I cared about. She said a lot more things than that about me too. No, you said something about Yankee Wally's house, and Yankee Wally isn't here. And I know that was a dig on her because you don't like Yankee Wally because of Meghan. Come on, Earl, I'm not stupid. I said, yeah, be careful because she's resting in peace. Don't say nothing because you're good at saying something that might trigger something like you did. But I'm one of those, I'm just me. Me. No, we're not always nice. You're being facetious. No, we're going to tell you the truth. We're going to give it to you, Earl. That's why you come over here, because you like it over here. You want to hear what we got to say about Meghan. You do. And you want to debunk it. You want to say no. And you're entitled to do that. But I don't appreciate the Golden statement. And I don't care what she's saying about me. It doesn't matter. If all you can do is result in name calling and insulting, then that's not commentary. That's just someone that's unhinged and got a grudge. Well, Yankee Wally is not here, is she, to defend herself, Earl? So let's move on. May she rest in peace. Okay, I do want to do this interview because I've got enough coffee in me that's keeping me bzz. Here's the thing with this interview. Meghan is on this interview lying, trying to make herself be something that she's not. And I want you guys to look at the inconsistencies in her interview and how it doesn't match up with the real person inside. Meghan is not this person that is caring, loving, giving, receptive. I don't see that in her. I don't see her as this nurturer, just, when Catherine does her walkabouts and meet and greets, you see the genuine happiness, the genuineness on her face. With Meghan, you see this plastered fake, this fake mask that she puts on and pretends. You see it, it's like a mask. When she went to the hospital recently and saw all those kids, I heard that all those kids most of them were sick and ill, and they came out to greet her. Instead of her going into their rooms, they came out to greet her. Everybody thought that was a little rude. But here's the thing. Your gifts and what you have and what you got going on, we'll see it. We don't have to, Meghan doesn't have to pretend or fake or put on a mask. She does have to because she is fake. Catherine is the one that doesn't have to turn it on and turn it off. It just comes natural for her. Watch how Meghan turns it on. It's mind. It'll blow your mind. Yeah. Golden can go somewhere and I don't care. Lord have mercy.
You've been all over the place, and we were talking backstage about how, yes, you've been to Europe. You were just in New York, which congratulations, you just won a humanitarian award for your work with online safety for parents and children.
Humanitarian award.
And you made it home for one day to see your kids.
Yes, I had to. We were talking about that because everyone's.
She had to make it home to see her kids that one day. I had to. Like, she's the perfect mom. Put a 1 in the chat if she's the perfect mom. Her father's seen her kids. Her relatives have seen the kids. Everybody's seen the kids. Nope, that's not true. But she's this really caring person. You care about others. She doesn't care about others. She doesn't think about others. She thinks about herself. Listen. I, me, I.
Said, oh, you must have gone from Paris straight to New York. I said, no, I need to see my babies. So went back to California for a day and then continued on. But I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Of course, and always job number one. So I want to rewind about 5 years ago when you and your husband left England and you descended on Montecito, California, and you planned what your next few years would look like in terms of the business impact you could have and the philanthropic impact you could have. And a lot of initiatives are going. But I want to just go back to that moment of, as you and your husband were planning this out, how did you think about what you wanted to do, what your ambitions could do, and from your seat, what you could do for women?
Well, I think 5 years ago was a very different situation for all of us. And, Archie was so little. And I had just gotten pregnant with Lily around that same time. So we were nesting and healing. And also, I don't know, I had the band. Well, I think 5 years ago was a very going. But I want to just go back to that moment of, as you and your husband were planning this out, how did you think about what you wanted to do, what your ambitions could do, and from your seat, what you could do for women?
Okay. She asked her several questions. Ambition, what she could do for women, and so on and so on. Meghan started to say that it was very difficult. It was a difficult period. And she's trying to say that the difficult period was during when she was with the royal family. Meghan is always giving the royal family a dig when she gets an opportunity to do so. This lady didn't ask her nothing about her time as a royal. She asked her, how has the change impacted you? And how has it impacted you with helping other women. You're a philanthropist. She's not answering the question because she's too busy thinking about herself and too busy trying to put a dig on the royal family as well. Meghan has been digging at the royal family since she left the royal fold. Dig after dig after dig after dig. Now, this interview was not that long ago. Now, all of a sudden, she's ready to reconcile with the king and be his friend and let him see the kids and all of that. Now there's a kumbaya. Now she's back in the United Kingdom. Everything is smooth sailing. It's smooth sailing. Welcome back, Snowdrop. Digging.
Well, I think 5 years ago was a very different situation for all of us. And, Archie was so little. And I had just gotten pregnant with Lily around that same time. So we were nesting and healing. And also, I don't even know I had the bandwidth at that time to think about what the big picture dream was. There was no plan. It was just, let's get through these next couple of years, create community, which was always so important to both of us in our new environment. And then as we started...
Yeah, the royal family was mean to me, but I overcame it. I came to the United States and started branding myself and making a name for myself and, jamming it up and just doing that since the royals were mean and mistreating me. It was a very difficult time for me. And now she's all about community, surrounding myself with community. What community? Their community don't want you there. Montecito's neighbors don't even like you. It's been written in papers. They don't care for you. Why is that? Why is your personality so toxic? Why are you disliked by so many? But you're talking about a community. I'm about community and love and, fake. I'm fake because I'm really not about community and I'm not about the royal family because of what they did to me when I left. But you're still using the Duchess of Sussex. You're still using the family name for your personal gain. And what you're going to do when you drop off the kids, sorry, Earl, I said I wasn't going to say it again. When she drops off the kids, she never answers the question. When she drop off the kids and hit it, but she's about community. What community? What about your family? You ain't about family. So how can you be about community? How can you be about love? How can you be about others if you're only thinking about yourself all the time? There's not room for anybody else in your life, Meghan. And people see it.
Started to get into our producing through our deal with Netflix, really creating projects that we felt were compelling. And then I said, okay,
finding projects that we find that are compelling. What, The Jam? Listen to the way she talks about herself, like almost in an uppity way, almost in a braggadocious kind of a way. my producers and my team and everyone around me, you know, we went with this because it was the best course of action, because, you know, we were in this big house. And so that's why we did it that way. Listen.
I've always loved being able to share. I've always loved.
She says the same crap everywhere she goes. I'm glad I'm able to share with you guys my cooking skills, my craft, my everything. I'm just about sharing. If you were about sharing, then how come you're not sharing the kids? Them kids been locked up. Now they in Great Britain. For what, Meghan? Why? What are you hiding? The divorce? The separation? The money? Community? And sharing. Sharing. Meghan is about sharing. I haven't seen her share nothing. When she did her as ever, was there any family members or friends? Did you see any friends? She said she has friends from when she was in middle school. Name one of them people, Meghan. Name one of them girlfriends from middle school that you're still friends with. I've seen it on your as ever situation. I saw your hairdresser. I saw Chrissy Teigen. I saw a chef. I saw people that you don't even have relationships with. You don't even have any friends. Reminds me of maggot. Friendless. It must be lonely. Very lonely
Being
life.
able to cook and entertain.
This ain't got nothing to do with the question that woman asked her, demon dictator. She asked her about women, empowering women. Now she's talking about sharing and cooking and entertaining. Who do you like entertaining, Maghan? Meghan? Who's your entertainment crowd? Who, Harry? The kids? The dogs? You seen her Instagram page. The only thing she posts is herself. Herself, her jam, and every blue moon, the kids. Make it make sense, Meghan. I like to share and cook and do and be and no.
Is there a business here? And I think it was probably most people's assumption that if I was going to go into business, it would be fashion or beauty. But those 5 years at home, I wasn't running around wearing beautiful outfits. I was probably in Birkenstocks and sweats like the rest of us.
Did you hear what she said? She said, I wasn't running around in designer dresses and stuff. I was in Birkin socks and all that. Like Birkin is some regular socks. You see how she brags on herself and puts herself, her own self, on a pedestal, and she's not relatable. Look how unrelatable. I can't relate to what she's talking about as a woman. I don't know what she's talking about when she's talking about community and sharing and cooking and entertaining. What the hell does that got to do with empowering women? She already has in her mind what she's going to say before the interviewer asks the question. Then she just goes on in la la land and spew what she wants to spew of the conversation instead of answering the question.
especially during COVID or just barefoot at home. But I was making a lot of jam. So it ended.
What does jam got to do with empowering women? So yeah, during the COVID, me. That none of what you're saying is empowering me to want to do anything, Meghan, but shut my computer down and pretend that you're not even talking to us. Make it make sense. Help us out. What does your jamathon have to do with anything in your apple butter? We are not buying her apple butter. I have given enough. I have given enough to her nasty jamathon to last me a lifetime. That jam turned brown in my refrigerator. I had to get it out. It wasn't no good. Pass the Duchess to the left-hand side. Pass the Duchess to the left-hand side. I know that song, Plotter. Love it. Pass the Duchess. Hello, Ziggy Lee, chick with the crown. Here's the thing. If you guys find something entertaining or interesting that comes out of her mouth, hey, put the word STOP in the chat and I will stop and we will listen to it.
Ended up becoming the thing that really was my passion project that I turned into a business.
Amazing. And that became As Ever, which you launched about a year and a half ago.
I put everything on it. She never answered the question about empowering women. How is your jam empowering me? What is it that you have to give to us, Meghan, that we should be listening to what the hell you have to say instead of you always talking about yourself and about your stuff, your products, what you do, and it's me. I know this lady is sitting here asking her questions, but she asked her a specific questions about empowering women and she gave us nothing. Muppet. Me. She said, what? I thought she said Birkin socks. Whatever she said, again, she likes to put herself on some type of pedestal / relatable with us. Can you relate to her, Earl? You can honestly say that she's relatable, that you can have a conversation with her and it would go smooth. Not with me, because first of all, we would have to talk about her all the time and her accolades and praise her. Watch how this lady interviews her. Now she's going to talk about her jam because Meghan has switched the conversation over to her Jamma scam.
And went through a rebrand. I'm curious, you had one of your ventures was a podcast called Confessions of a Female Founder.
Yes.
About a year and so change after launching a company like that, what would your confessions be? Has it been harder than you thought, easier than you thought, more rewarding, harder? What's the take?
Well, I think year one for any founder is just a lot of learns. And so we founded As Ever earlier this year. I think the first.
For any founder, because I'm a founder, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a philanthropist, I'm all these things. Every year, she tacks on 2 more things to her resume to try to make her look relative. Entrepreneur, founder, CEO, producer, head honcho. Every year she adds something new to her resume, as if people are going to see something in her that is so talented that we need her. I'm this perfect person. She's given off, that's the facade she's giving. Yes, me becoming a founder was so big to me because, I did everything else and I haven't been a founder yet. So now I'm a founder. And when we became the founder of this company, it became really big.
First drop was in February or March. And what you're looking for is, what are the consumer behaviors and habits? What are the products that they're gravitating to? And I had this incredible fortune of having every SKU sell out within under an hour, which is amazing. And also you don't learn a lot.
A lot about inventory management, supply chains, and all the rest.
Oh my gosh. So then I was doing Confessions of a Female Founder as I was building this. I'd always loved the podcast, How I Built This. And I thought, could we do something that feels a little bit like the tenor of how I'm building this?
Confessions of a Female Founder. That was one of the most boring podcasts I had ever watched. I was not interested. It was not interesting. I wasn't getting, the only one that I liked was Tina Knowles. Everything else was drip, drip, drop, and the tea. The other one, the herbal tea one. The one that she helped found. Hello, Diane. Hello, Michelle. Yeah.
And really be candid, both talking to female founders who had scaled and sold, and equally to other founders that were on their first run, in many ways like I was. So I was learning from a lot of the women that I invest in and also that I'm friends with. But, I think my learns were to continue to give yourself the grace to have to pivot. And you do, because that first sellout, we said, great, let's 10x the inventory.
Look at her talking about herself. Look at her talking about our business. Look at her talking about our inventory. Look at that. That wasn't the question. These questions are not what the interview is asking. It's almost like she's taking over the interview and making it what she wants it to be. She hijacked the interview and started talking about what's best for her and her jam and her founderness in the inventory and, the first run and how it's sold out in like 30 seconds. Watch how she tells this. Watch. I know she is. She's predictable.
Story for the next seasonal drop. We'll get all the metrics that we need. And then it sold out within 4 hours.
Told you she was going to say it. It sold out in 4 hours. Like, I don't know what I'm going to do now. Like, it's all going downhill. It's selling out in 4 hours. I don't know what to do. Got 50 jars of jam that she sold in 4 hours. Now, yeah, it was just this, I sold out so quickly because I'm the best. I'm awesome. Look at her. Look at her face. Let me make it bigger. Look at it. Look, I sold out in 4 hours, guys. Look at me. 4 hours. Yeah, I'm perfect. I'm the winner. I would say that is not the question that I asked you. Snowdrop, that is not the question that I asked you. I didn't ask you about your business. I didn't ask you how you founded the company. I asked you a specific question. What are your skill sets? And I would make a note of it. Didn't answer my question. Going off into their own interview, creating their own narrative. Plotter, the Spotify podcast, it took about 2 years and needed a huge number of staff. Oh yeah, she needs a lot of staff. She had 80 people for the Netflix show. Let her tell it. It was so many people. My team, their team, everybody's team.
Which again is amazing, but also not helpful. So I think it's just been a lot of learns and then extending and
it was amazing. I ran out in 4 hours. It wasn't very helpful, but it was amazing. Braggadocious.
expanding the product categories to really see what those habits are and how we can show up in your home for you. So yes, jam was the origin story, but if I begin with that within your kitchen and that's the offering, how do we continue to grow into your lives with As Ever? So that's what we're working towards, especially for Q4.
Figuring out how to meet the demand that you have from your following must be challenging. And I was hearing you say earlier that you had planned, oh, surely if we 10x this order, we will have this supply for months.
Yes.
Lo and behold, it was only a few hours.
Right.
So how are you navigating building the infrastructure behind the demand that you as a brand can make?
I think a lot of
the infrastructure.
Right.
So how are you navigating building the infrastructure behind the demand that you as a brand can make?
I think a lot of considerations go into which products become limited edition, which ones are going to be in steady state, what really is the brand identity beyond the jam, which yes is the hero product. But then as we've gone into different SKUs, flower sprinkles became quite a thing. And that was really complemented by the show with the series with Love Meghan.
Some cheap flower sprinkles. That was her signature situation, was the sprinkles on fruit and a cracker with jam on top or donut. Dried up flowers was her signature.
And I was able to show people what I love to do. And then we had the brand where I could tell them how they could have a lot of those things in their own home. I think it's going to be a continued process, as most founders will find in year one. And holiday, we have to be ready for holiday. So trying to be in steady state for most of the SKUs and really not being able to gauge how things are going to sell out, especially when you have people.
Infrastructure. She asked you about your infrastructure. And you're still talking about jam and how many jars you need to sell.
Who have an appetite for the products in global territories, but we aren't selling internationally yet. And so they're finding workarounds where they'll have their friends stock up for them and then ship it to them separately. So the inventory is moving in a way that we hadn't anticipated, which is the biggest blessing.
And can you talk a little bit too about the show and how it matches with As Ever, the brand, and Netflix's role in this? I know they've been a big backer of yours. You've worked with Bella, their chief content officer, to develop quite a relationship with Netflix over the years. And that partnership just renewed with slightly different terms. I'm wondering if you could talk about what are the terms now and how has that helped you build As Ever?
Yes, well, my husband and I were in an overall deal with Netflix, and then not just
okay. What's going on with you and Netflix and what's going to happen in the future? That's what the question was. What's going on with Netflix? Something like I'm enjoying being a part of Netflix. Netflix has been the stepping stone of, my career so far and what's been going on since, we've been here and our endeavors. And I don't know what's next for Netflix. Hopefully they'll keep me on as one of their ambassadors. That's it. No, she's going to brag about herself, talk about herself, and change the subject. Watch.
Similar to Higher Ground in the Obama's deal. Once that had come to its term,
she loves throwing out big names too. like she knows these people personally.
Extension of it, which was such a incredible sign of the strength of our partnership, was now being in a first look deal, which is also exciting because it gives us flexibility to go to our partners first, and then at the same time to be able to shop content that might not be the right fit for Netflix, but has a home somewhere else. So for our non-scripted team and our scripted team, we've been doing a lot of.
Okay, let's go back to the origin.
Sprinkles became quite a thing.
How are you navigating building the infrastructure behind the demand that you as a brand can make?
I think a lot of considerations go into which products become limited edition, which ones are going to be in steady state, what really is the brand identity beyond the jam, which yes is the hero product. But then as we've gone into different SKUs, flower sprinkles became quite a thing. And that was really complemented by the show. With the series with Love Meghan, I was able to show people what I love to do. And then we had the brand where I could tell them how they could have a lot of those things in their own. Who have an appetite for the products in global territories, but we aren't selling internationally yet. And so they're finding workarounds where they'll have their friends stock up for them and
figuring out
like I was. So I was learning from a lot of the women that I invest in and also that I'm friends with.
I don't know where
categories to really see what those habits are and how we can show up in your home for you.
There you go.
So yes, jam was the origin story. But if I begin
jam was the origin story.
But if I begin with that, habits are and how we can show up in your home for you. So yes, jam was the origin story. But if I begin with that within your kitchen, and that's the offering, how do
the offering, the origin story, the offering, how can I show up for you? It's a whole bunch of word-a-do's. It's the whole bunch of word-a-do. It makes, Earl, what is she talking about? Showing up for me? Huh? What is she talking about? The origin is her jam.
And for hotels, and that was in between auditions. That's not the full circle I was expecting, but here we are. I used to teach gift wrapping at Paper Source. Where can I share that with you and how that continues to grow? Again, with a year of learns. So we're able to say 8 episodes.
And I think there's a general interest in, will we
listen to the question and then listen to the answer and tell me if she answered the question.
Be seeing a season 3 of With Love Meghan? Will it be on Netflix? Do we know?
Well, that gives us flexibility to go to our partners first, and then at the same time to be able to shop content that might not be the right fit for Netflix, but has a home somewhere else. So for our non-scripted team and our scripted team, we've been doing a lot of content development that can meet different rooms. And then of course for the business, it's been incredible because when you have female executive leadership that is so supportive of me as an entrepreneur, what we've designed is being able to have so much robust support in year 1, where you have the show complementing the brand, where content and commerce are meeting, and then still enabling me to have autonomy to build out my own team and scale it in the way that I envision. That will go on. The business will of course go on longer than a series.
She's always talking about building a team, having a team, and she's not capable of keeping a team because of her personality. She's a mean girl. She's a bully. What team are you talking about? And you're still not answering the question. The question was, where do you see yourself with Netflix? What's next?
And so it's really been a partnership that I'm grateful for.
And I think there's a general interest in, will we be seeing a season 3 of With Love Meghan? Will it be on Netflix? Do we know?
Well, the holiday special is coming out in November, and it's a really good one. So I think looking at that format again with a year of learns.
I saw the holiday situation. And it was so boring and it was ice cold because there was no kids around. There was no hubby around. It was just her going to pick out a Christmas tree by herself. putting the ornaments on the tree by herself. The fun that I have with putting bulbs on the tree with me and Kara is the best part. It felt lonely. It felt distant. It felt cold. Everything she does it feels that way. I didn't feel the love with Meghan as ever. I didn't feel what she's trying to make us feel for her. I didn't get it, Meghan. Either she didn't read the room or I missed the memo. One of the two.
So we're able to say 8 episodes for 2 seasons. It's a lot of work. And having done Suits for 7 years, I remembered what goes into a production. I also recognize how much people want content in different sizes. So part of what we're testing out now is it's amazing to be able to sit and watch a show for 30 minutes, but how can I give you a recipe in 2 minutes?
That is not what she asked you. She asked you, is there going to be some more as ever? You did say that there was a Christmas special, and we did see that it was what it was. And now she's into talking about something totally different.
And where can I share that with you and how that continues to grow as ever? So exploring all the options of what it could look like.
That's great. So
exploring all the options of what it could look like, what could look like, and what options. Whatever.
Holiday special in November. We'll keep an eye out for that.
I do lots of gift wrapping techniques. You guys know I used to teach gift wrapping at Paper Source and advanced gift wrapping. So, you know, all of those things that you do as an auditioning actor, that's not the full circle I was expecting, but here we are.
Yeah, you had a lot of odd jobs. Froyo was another one, I believe.
Yeah, Humphrey Yoga. That was my first job.
Talented. I had so many jobs. I did gift wrapping and I was really good at it. So it's more to me than meets the eye.
And, you know, when I used to do calligraphy, I used to do it for so many celebrity.
Oh, yeah, I remember too. Yes, I also have a handwriting that is exceptional. I did calligraphy and I did invitations for celebrities and wrote for celebrities and did all kinds of things for celebrities. She lives in this bubble. You live in a bubble and you're trying to relate to the average person and you can't even have a conversation that would help that out. I don't know what the audience is thinking, but I'm thinking there's a major disconnect.
Weddings and for hotels, and that was in between auditions.
Right.
And at the time, I don't know why I didn't think to just buy a glove, but you don't want the natural oils from your hands to get on the beautiful paper. So I would just put a white tube sock on my hand. Write all these very fancy cards for people.
Amazing. Well, a long way from the white tube socks.
Got your stuff on the back. Make sure you do a pat-a-do. And you're right, Snowdrop. You're right. She took pretzels and put them in another bag. That was the big dealio.
It's on your hands, but we can all appreciate that.
Yes.
So I'm curious, as you think about expansion for As Ever, we've talked a little bit about, obviously there's global appeal that you could tap into, and there's also stores. Right now you're direct to consumer. Can we expect to see some of your stuff maybe in like a Target, or where could we physically buy it, do you think, in the next year?
Well, I think the retail component is so important, especially in growing a business, but also what I'm really working to convey in my...
I swear to God, it sounds like she's at an interview, not an interview where it's just casual. I mean, on a serious job interview. It is so important. What's important, Meghan? Everything is important.
You think in the next year?
Well, I think the retail component is so important, especially in growing a business, but also...
She asked her if she will see her stuff in Target and like Walmart and then, okay, but she's supposed to have a luxury brand. Let's see what she says.
So what I'm really working to convey and my intention with As Ever is getting back to things that are tactile, how we connect with each other. You want to put your hands on it. How does it feel? And you can only convey so much of that, obviously, in videos or in e-commerce. So I think my intention would be to have really bespoke, small retail collaborations, do some interesting ones as well in global territories. And then, of course, as you think about scaling, you know, it's a brand that's accessible, but it still has a quality that feels as though it's masstige. And so when we think about larger retail.
Whatever, Earl. The point of the matter is that the gist, the meat of what she's saying is a whole bunch of hogwash. She's rehearsed this when she left home and practiced it and said what she was going to say and missed the entire interview. If I'm going to ask you some questions, I'm expecting you to answer it, not talk over it or talk about what you want to talk about. So however she's saying it, she still ain't answering the question. Make that make sense.
I think in the next couple of years, that would make sense.
Great. And then I wanted to think about or talk about how you are.
Did she answer the question? Maybe in another couple of years, she's going to do retail. Is that what she said? Put it into some stores?
Using social media to pair content and commerce and promotion. You took a hiatus from Instagram. You came back.
January. Woo, it's changed.
You're back. You're in action. But you're not on TikTok. I'm curious, why, will you be going on TikTok?
I don't know. I mean, I think, look, I have had a very complicated relationship with social media, as you can probably imagine.
Well, complicated, she said. She's got a complicated relationship with social media. Why? Why of you, out of all people, have a complicated situation going on with the media? Are you mad at the media because the media talks about you and tell the truth? Or is it complicated because, why is it complicated? Because Lady Letitia's on here telling the truth about you? We're going over her interview. We're trying to get something out of it. I'm yet to.
And I also recognize the role that it plays in business. Part of it is, you know, equally the work that you were talking about earlier. My husband and I spend a lot of time working on online harms, specifically surrounding protecting our children, not ours personally, but all of our children, for what they're susceptible to in the online space. So I'm sensitive to that. I also recognize that if you can show up in these spaces and be on the side of good, there is tremendous value in that also. So we're going to continue to expand the footprint in the social and digital space for the brand. For me personally, I don't know. The last time I was on Instagram, you guys, Boomerang was a thing. That was a long time ago. So having started in January, I just started to explore and play in the same way that anyone else does when they're online. I just happened to do it with a little bit more attention on what I was doing.
Yeah, it's a hard decision to make because obviously people want to be hearing from you, but then they have lots of opinions that they stick in there that are not welcome, not helpful. And I'm curious, as you are, founders always have to look for signals in what's working, what's not working, how do I tinker, how do I pivot? How are you able to decipher out like the constructive from obviously the not constructive that you need to ignore?
Well, there are certain things that I've done just for my own self-preservation, but also that I've applied to the brand and for the people that are incredibly supportive. I know.
Here we go. Let's see if she answers the question. How do you deal with the supportive and not the so supportive? Because our advice, here's the deal. I believe that we are supportive over here. I believe we have given her so much advice that she could have been better. Okay? My personal opinion. We, as a collective, have been giving Meghan advice from the beginning. We told her not to leave the UK, but she did. I did. I was a fan of Meghan in the beginning when she had millions of followers. I was one of her fans. And I said, please don't leave the UK. There's nothing in the United States for you. Nope, she was insistent on coming over here, branding herself. So she can't say that we didn't give her constructive criticisms and situations and tips. She's not listening to anyone. She doesn't listen to WME, Saks, none of them. She didn't listen to those people. If she had listened to those professionals that would have told her, this is what you need to do to better your popularity, then she would have done so. But unfortunately, here we are in the UK with the kids.
You know, the question can be around naysayers, but if you really see the groundswell of support that surrounds the brand and me, that's what I feel the most, and that's what I appreciate. But by design, I also recognize that a lot of those people aren't going to my page to see negativity. And so not just protecting myself or the people that work with me, but also the supporters. So I don't have the comment section.
How do you protect the people that work for you?
On. That's a choice. And yet part of that challenge that I was trying to solve for was
the question.
Then how do I create community?
There's community again. There's the word community. Out of nowhere. What does community have to do with the negatives and the not so negatives, the good and the bad?
So key to this brand, and it's so key to how I like to show up in the world. How do we actually connect if you can't have...
How do we show up in the world and how do we connect? What are you talking about?
Of comments and exchange. So my social media manager would send me screen grabs of different things that people were posting in their UGC. And I said, okay, what am I going to do here? They said, you could do a text overlay and respond. And I said, oh no, in the same way that on my own camera roll at home, I'll zoom in and I can scribble a little note and send it to a friend. I've just started this construct where I will start writing in my handwriting a note to users who put up content. So I said, let's find small and creative ways to engage the community and let them know that I'm listening, that I really see and appreciate their feedback. So I think a lot of it is just designing what...
You write a little hand note and you post it somewhere, and that's your way of thanking the community.
Works best for you, while also being really cognizant of what is going to help.
That's your way of listening to people's advice and listening to people's tips. And no, that's not listening. That's doing. If you're writing, then you're not really listening. You're acting. You're in action mode, honey. Let's continue.
Help grow the business with an intentional and authentic point of view. And that's what I'm constantly working to try to achieve.
I think it's so hard.
I'm constantly working and trying to achieve what? What are you trying to achieve? Did I miss something?
Point of view. And that's what I'm constantly working to try to achieve. Designing what works best for you, while also being really cognizant of what is going to help grow the business with an intentional and authentic point of view. And that's what I'm constantly working to try to achieve.
I think it's so hard, the whole online experience. And we were talking also backstage about a study that I don't know how many of you saw this in the FT over the weekend. They were showing how we possibly reached peak social media as of 2022. And there's definitely charts that show, yes, engagement time across social platforms has gone down, and it's being led by younger generations. And so I think that's like a really interesting trend to pick up on. And as a print publication at our heart, I'm very encouraged by the trend of going a little bit back. And I'm curious what you think about other formats that are not digital. Have you considered a cookbook? Could we expect that in the future? Maybe a magazine? What do you think?
I love paper. And I really love, again, the sentiment.
Show that interview crap again. I love retail. I love paper. I love community. I love. You love paper.
Mentality of what happens. We all have those cards or issues of a magazine that you have held on to for so long for whatever reason. And so from my standpoint, if there's ways to really hearken back to a time where things were slowed down a little bit, whether that's in a limited edition, and yes, of course, digital is how people are consuming media, but I do think we can start new trends. And I love a classic. I love things that are, dare I say, vintage inspired, but for our kids, they would think a magazine probably feels a bit vintage. You know, I do think there's something incredible about a handwritten note. I would love to be able to combine all of my loves that really are a little bit more old school into that type of forum. So I would say never say never. That's great.
You know what? That was not an answer. What notes? She's talking, she's saying the same thing she's just got through saying. I love writing notes. I love handwritten notes. And maybe combining that and doing something like that. So never say never. Is she answering the question? And then look how she goes around the bush and goes up and under. And then here she goes to land it. I love paper. She went from I love paper to you never know.
Great. Well, if we can help you with that, please let us know.
Yes, I know who to call.
So I'm curious.
First of all, she thinks she can do everything on her own. So I don't think she would be calling you guys.
Now that you have numerous businesses and ventures under your belt, and you're obviously still in the thick of it.
Now that you're so successful and everything is going on with you and you're perfect, what's next?
What have you learned about yourself as a leader and as a CEO?
Thank you.
That's a good one, not a damn thing. I can tell you that. She hasn't learned anything. I learned how to be rude, disrespectful, and mean, and a bully. I learned how to get rid of people from my staff. I learned that I'm the boss and what I say goes. If not, they need to hit the road. Tell the truth. Why she make up some cockamamie story about how she loves her employees and they're wonderful and they're great? And if they were so great, then why do you get rid of them? Why do they leave? Why is the door such a revolving door if it's so wonderful and everything is so great? That's what I want to know. Let's see how she answers this question. Let's see how she talks about what kind of CEO she is, what type of boss she is, what type of leader she is.
It's been incredible because when I was on Suits, that was my last time really in a position with a very large team. We had a crew of 200 people. And I worked on the show for 7 years and I loved the.
So I have to assume that these 200 people, this crew that she's talking about, worked for her or helped her in her role. Because she loves talking about crews and teams and how many people are around her. Like she said, Netflix was 80 people. And I swear to God, she treated them people like her employees instead of a group of people trying to help her accomplish something bigger than her.
Crew. I love that experience and the culture that's on set as well. And so I think being able to now have my own business, it's very different than being on set. And even the set for with Love Meghan, that's a crew of 80 people. It's still a very large crew.
Even Love with Meghan, it's 80 people crew.
But for my business, I've been very decisive about having a lean team. I think you want to have a great soundboard of people that are with you.
You want to have a sound great of people that you listen to too. You have to be a good listener to be a good leader. So if you're not listening to your team, you're going to miss out on the most important things that a team can actually offer you. And that's why your door is such a revolving door, is your communication is off, the way you talk about to people, the way you come across to people, the nastiness that you sprue out. I'm better than you. You're lucky to be working for me. Kind of an attitude. She's got a lean team. You got a lean team, not because by mistake, it's by design, because you can't keep an employee. You can't keep staff. Tell the truth about who you are as a leader. One of my subscribers' name is called Demon Dictator. And she took off the heel part, but you are a demon dictator. And you're sitting on this platform lying to this lady about who you are as a boss, who you are as a person, who you are, who you come across as to be. Everywhere you go, someone says something about how mean and nasty you are, Meghan. And that's a fact. Listen.
And with varied points of view, you want someone who's going to push back. You want someone who's going to be so creative and savvy in a space that might not be my skill set. So I love creating that culture, having that camaraderie.
How do you like creating that when you don't allow people to do the job that you hired them to do? Because you know best. That's when a boss is in everything, it doesn't allow the employees to do their job and make it successful, because that boss is always into things, always having a suggestion, always telling someone what to do other than allowing them to do their job. So I don't see, and everybody have said this about her, that she is not that person that is going to allow you to have creative autonomy over a situation. She's in control of everything. That's why they're in the UK, not because of Harry, because of Meghan.
With my team, and playing and being curious.
Playing and being curious. Playing what? Games? Is that what she mean? Playing. She is so serious. You can tell she is serious. Everything. When she's with Harry, she's serious. These people ain't playing games and running around having a cocktail for lunch, or hanging out with Meghan in the cooler, at the cooler. She does not have a real relationship
Constantly pushing the envelope to ask
with her staff. It's a known fact. They think they're in prison. They think they're hostage. She makes grown men cry. Smash that like button, please. Grown men in tears. Who does that? A woman, a demon dictator, a woman in heels that is a dictator. And she sat on this platform and didn't tell the truth about who she is as a leader.
the questions of how can we show up in a way that truly indicates that we are putting care into every detail.
And how do you decide what you lean?
What the hell does that got to do with what type of person you are as a CEO, a boss, or a manager? Did she or did she not answer the question? She said that they play in something else. She did not give a good explanation as to why she is a good boss, an entrepreneur, a CEO. Because she knows the articles that have been written about her. She's an expert on capturing men above her station, making her family. These are the skills she needs to teach. Yep. What would you love to learn from Meghan? What does she have to offer to the world? 80 people to create the Love Meghan. I hope you appreciate their hard work. I feel the whole interview would be so much more interesting if it was Dr. Sophie being interviewed. I think so too, Snowdrop. Meghan is a bore. She's a snooze fest when it comes to interviewing, because she's act like she's on a real interview. You get nothing from her. There's nothing natural about her in this interview. It's all fake and painted. I love paper. I love retail. I love that stuff you say when you're at a real interview. Meghan does not know how to interview. She knows how to go on a job interview, but she doesn't know how to interview on just a regular conversation and to be herself. Hello, Cassandra. We're almost at the end, guys. Hang in there. I do not think that she made a grown man cry. I believe that was a lie. I don't believe it was a lie. I believe that those men had to get therapy and that she was yelling at them and talking to them. And I believe she made them cry. Why would they lie about something like that? And that was proven. Let me ask ChatGPT. It was said that Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, can make a grown man cry as a boss, as a leader. Is this true? Yes. There has been published allegations that Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, reduced staff members to tears. But it's important to distinguish the allegations from established facts. In 2018, Jason Knopf, who was communications secretary for Harry and Meghan, made an internal complaint alleging that Meghan's treatment of staff was unacceptable, that 2 personnel assistants have been driven out of the household, and that another employee confidence was being undermined. Other reporting describes staff members allegedly being brought to tears or becoming extremely distressed. Okay? Other reportings describe staff members allegedly being brought to tears. To tears. To tears. A grown man, grown people. Grown people. Yep, it's an allegation that I believe. She had problems with the castle. She had problems with Archewell. She had problems with her staff. She's got problems, issues. And I believe, and also Tom Bauer even said that she was rude and disrespectful to staff when she did that fashion commercial shoot. Knopf later publicly stood by his decision to raise the complaint, saying in a 2025 interview that he wouldn't change anything. However, Meghan has strongly denied these bullying allegations. Her representatives characterized the accusations as a calculated smear campaign. based on misleading information. Buckingham Palace conducted a review, but the findings were never public released. So there has never been a public official determination that Meghan bullied employees. So if you're asking specifically, did Meghan make a grown man cry? I couldn't state that as a proven fact without identifying the particular man of source. Okay, I'll give you that. There are documented reports. There are documented reports. There are documented reports of staff being reduced to tears, documented. But that is different from having independent verified evidence that Meghan personally made a particular male employee cry. But we do know for a fact, or at least it is documented, that Meghan has made people cry, whether man or woman. Yes, with one important distinction. It is documented that multiple sources have reported people crying in connection with Meghan's treatment of staff. Why would these people lie about her? Why when I say that she made me cry and she didn't? I just wonder. Well, you know, it can be considered an allegation, or you guys can believe it or whatever. I'm just bringing you what it says. It is documented that multiple sources have reported people crying in connection with Meghan's treatment of staff. What has not been publicly established is a formal finding that proves every allegation. So there you go. I know. Can you imagine a grown man crying? Demon would like to come on. Demon would like to come on. Her gossip about the interview. Here, let me. I don't know if she's at work. Let me drop the link. Bully. Hasn't her father cried on TV about getting to see his majesty? Nasty's cried and begged and begged and begged and plead and asked and hoped and wish he could see his daughter and the kids, but that's not happening. Meghan's on self. Lady Tisha, well, I'm going to wish her the best. Oh, okay. As far as what? Returning? She has returned to a place that she let the world insult, insinuate was awful to her, and humble for her mental health. Harmful. I don't believe that. Unlike Piers Morgan, I don't believe that place put her mental health in a situation. And that's just my personal opinion. I believe Meghan wanted to leave and wanted to go around and be around the celebrities. And that's what she did. Because you can't tell me that the backlash and the stuff that she is now getting in the media is not jacking with her mental health. But all of a sudden, she was in the UK and she couldn't stand it anymore because her mental health was on the line. She had just had a baby, just got married, just married her prince. And now her mental health was in a situation. No, she was ready to go. Hello, Demon Dictator.
Hi, I'll just sort of pop on in a minute because I know you want to go soon.
Okay.
But Ziggy Lee, the world didn't insinuate that it was bad for her. She told the world that the UK was bad for her.
Yep.
I don't get that. But anyway, hi Ziggy Lee. Hi everybody. Sorry, I wasn't putting you down. I've got gossip about this interview. Was because she got such backlash from all the other interviews that Emma agreed, where she was literally like, she asked her a question over and over again, and Meg was like she just couldn't answer any basic questions.
Like
her
now.
team got her this interview, and they had to pre-do the questions and answers, because when she actually answers the question, she's able to just like perfectly answer it. Like normally if you ask someone a question, they got to think about it for a couple of seconds, but she just like that. So they made her do this to try and get around all the bad feedback she got with all the other interviews.
Do you honestly think that she is moving back to the UK? I think she's finna go. I think she's dumping Harry and the kids and finna head back to the United States. If I'm wrong, then I would be wrong. But I really do think that this is, to me, some type of separation, some type of situation. I don't see Meghan going to the country and living a small, quiet, little to-do-y life. It is stated that she will be back and forth. For what? My kids are in the UK. What the hell am I in the United States for? I'm just saying.
Tell you, yeah, I just said what I said. I stand by what I said the last couple of times. Is everything is they've run back for a reason, or Harry's run back for a reason. And when he went to see the king, he's like, "I'm in trouble, Dad." And I bet the king said, "She goes," because they want her gone. She's the main instigator. I mean, he is as bad as her, but she is the main instigator in all this. And the royal family were like, "We'll have you and the kids back, but not her." And she's going to hate living in the Cotswolds. Cotswolds is beautiful, but it's in the countryside. It's boring. I would go nuts because I'm a city girl. I would go crazy. So they've gone, Harry, you can stay with the kids. If you're in that much trouble, we will help you, but she's got to go. And I reckon they said to her, "We'll give you a couple of million. You go back to America. You can have visitation, whatever, but you divorce Meghan, you go back to the States and they can stay here." And that was the deal they did with the royal family when he came to visit his dad. That's what I reckon.
That's interesting. That is an interesting observation. Demon dictator. That is interesting. Who else think that that's what's going on with the gruesome twosome? I do believe something is up, and it is not business as usual. I played some videos earlier, Ziggy Lee, Chick with the Crown, to try to show some of the local people talking about their return.
We're so not happy.
Most
majority of people are fuming. That's why I think she'll take the money and go back to LA, because this country hates her so much. Even her own country hates her, but we hate her so much.
Her own country doesn't like her. Her own country. I mean, I don't know what she's thinking, but if I had that much hate, I would be like, my God, what did I do? But that's not her question.
They can't do it. They can't.
Pushing forward.
No, they can't self-reflect. It's like the whole world hates you. Your own country hates you. UK hates you. They can't self-reflect. God, if I had things like that being said about me, I would be in therapy going, somebody make me understand why people hate me.
I would be in therapy too every day, having someone come to the house. What's up? What's wrong?
Yeah, I'd go, what is it that I'm doing that I'm so hated so much?
Yeah, like what the hell did I do? Not her.
Yeah.
She's in denial.
No.
She is not self-reflecting. She doesn't see it. And it's not going to get better if you don't fix it. And here's the problem with being in the United States with no popularity. It's not like being a royal. You can be a royal and be unpopular and still be a royal and still have money and still live a normal life, pretty much, but not in the United States. If you're talentless and nobody likes you, then you're not going to make any money over here, because it's not about you being the Duchess of Sussex.
Well, we'll see, Earl. Only time will tell. I didn't say she is giving them up. I said that's my thought. I didn't say she is. I'm saying, but because Harry's in debt, they're both in serious amounts of debt, and Harry's got more debt coming, by far more than what he can afford.
Yeah.
So he needs help bad, and they can't earn any more money. So they'll be like, Meghan, you go. Here's some couple of million. You go, and she will go.
House. They're gonna eventually sell that house. Yep. That's right. And no one has been doing anything to Meghan for the last 10 years. Meghan has brought most of this stuff upon herself, Earl. She can contribute to her own popularity in her own self. Take accountability for your own actions. Everybody's not wrong about Meghan. Everybody is not wrong about Meghan. Let's just say
got the whole world, got UK, America, Australia, everybody. They all hate her. It's crazy. Canada, they all hate her.
Snowdrop says she's not going to drop the kids. Let's see if she leave without the kids.
Well, we'll see. Only time will tell. Can I just say something? Caroline Flack, and as much as it is, and I'm so sorry that these Caroline Flack and Jason Arday are no longer with us. It's terrible. I'm so sorry for them that they felt that was the only way. But Caroline Flack nearly killed her boyfriend. If you look at the pictures of the scene, she nearly killed him, and she was going to be prosecuted for harassment or battering or attempted murder or whatever it was.
Whoa.
And she couldn't handle it, and she couldn't handle the fact that she was going to be prosecuted and labeled whatever it was they were going to charge her with, and that's why she took her life, and she was terrified for her career. That's why she unalived herself, and I'm sorry that she felt that way, but she was the one who nearly killed her boyfriend. Look at the pictures. There was blood everywhere. And Jason Arday, again, and I'm sorry for him and I'm sorry for his family, but Jason Arday lied about his entire life. He lied about his qualifications. He lied about his experience. He lied about his entire life. He lied about not being able to speak. He lied about not being able to read. He lied about marathons. He lied about everything. His life was a total fabrication. And he was found out. And he was found out to be a fraud, and he couldn't handle it. And I'm sad that he chose to end his life that way as well. But you got to look at the facts. I know facts are not your friend, Al, but you can't just come up. You can't just keep coming on and going, look at these poor people. Look what the press did to them. You actually got to have a look and research what these people did and why the press came after them, because they both did some pretty bad things. Yeah, and they were found out.
Denial.
No, Earl, he can't. Earl and facts don't do it.
No, and he refuses to look at the fact that everybody is not wrong. Everybody is saying the same thing about Meghan. So some of it has to be true. So even if you want to defend her as much as you want to, you can't get away from the facts.
No, Earl, I'm sorry. Flack did not self-delete from media abuse. She nearly killed her boyfriend. She smashed him around the head with a lamp. And you can Google the pictures of the scene. And she was going to be prosecuted for it, for attempted whatever, or violence or whatever. And she thought her career was over. And that's why she unalived herself. She didn't just, the media didn't just go after her for no reason. She actually did something pretty bad. They both did, her and Jason Arday. So just look at the facts.
And they reported on it.
Yeah, and they reported on it. Jason Arday was going to be prosecuted for multitude of fraud. Yeah, he was going to be prosecuted for fraud and lying on his qualifications. So, check the facts out first.
Why are you comparing Meghan to her? Why are you even associating
Exactly.
them
I don't even know what he's doing. He's talking about the media abuse, but there's a reason why the media came after them.
Right. And there's a reason why the media goes after Meghan and Harry. There's a reason why we discuss this. There's a reason why we talk about who she is as a person, because that's really important to my platform, that we talk about the person.
Yeah, the truth and what they've done. We all have opinions. She wasn't charged with anything because she unalived herself before it got that far. Oh, you can just Google it. She sadly unalived herself before it got that bad.
Yeah. Okay. I want to let's hear what else. I think we're at the end of this Demon Dictator. So we are gonna, we're like 5 or so minutes left. And let's see what else she's gonna deflect on.
Into as a CEO, it's a small team. It's like 10 people.
Less than, yes.
Less than,
for the tight team, yes, of course.
And so, how do you decide where you're going to show up in those moments? Because
this is the second time she's asked this question. She's answering it in a different way. What are you like as a CEO and a founder? What are you like to your team? And she did not give a cohesive answer. Now she's getting specific. How do you show up for your team? She doesn't. And I'm with you, Demon Dictator. These questions sound just rehearsed and it was
scripted. They had to script the whole lot. Because as soon as she asks the question, she goes straight into it. There's no pause for thought. Like she just, but she can't, but again, and she just, you can see she answers the question. She's got her arms like she's just reading from a script, but she still couldn't answer the question. It's crazy.
Right. It's so scripted. You can tell that's why it's so fake and not authentic, and she's not relatable. How am I going to relate to her if she's scripted, if she's fake? If she's not even answering the questions, if all she can talk about is herself and leave out the important information that we want to hear. Watch this word salad as she tells us how she shows up for her team.
I know you love detail. You want to be in charge of a lot. So how do you do that?
Well, I think you have to work as a team. You're only as solid as the rest of the people around you. And also
that's what you're supposed to say, but you don't work as a team leader.
Life-work balance, if such a thing exists.
Work-life balance. Yeah, right. Where you was letting those courtiers waking up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to get your emails and do stupid stuff for you. But work-life balance doesn't exist with you. So stop making up stuff. That's why this is so rehearsed.
Well, work-life balance works for her because she only works an hour a week. She's great. Right. She's got a great work-life balance, working 1 hour a week.
Exactly. She showed up an hour. 1 hour. That's what was on the paper. Okay, let's see what she's going to tell us.
You know, I'm still going to go and chaperone the first grade field trip and then run back and try to finish the meetings. I love the creative part, which I think I've touched on quite a bit. And the brand is an extension of my aesthetic. But it's more than that. The operational side is so key. And I am constantly looking at ways in which how do we adjust our margins? What does our spend look like? Really going through a P&L. So I think from my standpoint, it's really all of it holistically. And I don't think there's any founder in year one that would say something differently, not if they had the ambition to scale in the way that I do.
And for final question, I know financial
in year one that would say something differently, not if they had the ambition to scale in the way that I do.
What?
And one point, it's really all of it holistically. And I don't think there's any founder in year one that would say something differently, not if looking at ways in which we can, how do we adjust our margins? What does our spend look like? Really going through P&L. So I think from my standpoint, it's really all of it holistically. And I don't think there's any founder in year one that would say something differently, not if they had the ambition to scale in the way that I do.
I don't know what the hell she said.
It was just an easy answer that she's just basically saying, oh, I look at how to save money and how to our P&L is profit and loss, how to look at our profit, how to look at our profit and loss and how to, where we can save money. How, it's just a basic generic answer. It doesn't say anything. It's like, oh, I'll just look at our, how we can save money and I'll look at our profit and loss. And you go, well, yes. Every founder does that. Every CEO has to look at those different departments and look at all of those areas in their business. It's just an easy generic answer, but it doesn't say anything really.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't talk about how she shows up for her team, because that's what the question was. How do you freaking show up?
Yeah.
How do you show up for your team? I'm there in the mornings. You know, I sometimes I'm there at night working with them, trying to come up with, whatever the case may be, but you don't show up. That's what it tells me, because you didn't answer the question.
No, good not.
You're not working as a team. How are you working as a team? No, makes no sense. And
she doesn't have a team. They leave every 6 months.
Right.
They leave every 6 months.
Yeah, there's a revolving door. Demon Dictator, do you think that Meghan could turn her reputation for the better? And if so, how? Can I answer it first? Hell no.
Of course you can.
I don't think so. I don't think she's capable. I think some people are that are self-aware and have that. Because I always try to think, how can I be a better person today than I was the day before? Or how can I be better? And I don't see that with her. I see she's set in her ways. She's set on what she wants, how she wants it to go, and how it's gonna go, period. And she doesn't care about what no one says. It's her way or the highway, period. And especially now that she's the Duchess of Sussex, she thinks she's untouchable. She believes that she is the creme de la law. And I really do believe that. Like I got it going on. It's all about me. No, she is not capable of changing. And then she's getting too old. Like she's 40 something years old. And she's stuck in this way of life. If her husband had a backbone, if her husband had stood up to her, if her husband had been husbanding it, then maybe I would think that there would be some change. But since he was weak in this whole relationship and wasn't strong enough to be the head of the household, the roles have reversed and she's in control.
Yeah, for the worst. Yeah.
For the worst.
Yeah. I don't think she can turn it around, because what she's done is too bad. A lot of people who have done terrible things, what they do is they just disappear. The world has a very short memory and life moves on and people forget. And so that's what she's got to do. She's got to disappear for a couple of years and let everyone forget who she is and what she's done, and then reappear. And people can forgive if you show that you're sorry, if you ask for redemption and apologize and actually show that you are a better person. That, like what you said, that you are a better person than what you were when you did these terrible things. Right. So a lot of people have done some very bad things and they have disappeared and they've come back a better person and they've showed that they're better. Whether they mean it or not is a different thing. Most of them just lie anyway, but they show that they're better and they show that they've learned from it. and people will generally forgive you, but I don't know that they can with her, because she accused the royal family and very innocent people of things that they didn't do. So she is almost the archetype of the type of person that people, of a bully. She is a bully, and she is everything that bullies stand for, and she is the one thing that majority of people don't like. And I don't know if
we don't like bullies.
you don't like bullies. She is a bully. She's a nasty, nasty person, and she is everything that people don't like. She stands for everything that people don't like, and I don't know if she can bring it back. But to give herself a chance, she needs to disappear, and she needs to work on herself, and she needs to put this right. But I don't think she can, personally.
Earl. See, it's unfortunate, like you don't know things, so you assume things.
Yeah.
First of all, that song was written for me. I didn't create it. I didn't put the lyrics in there. Somebody felt that saying Lady Letitia and putting some R&B spill to it was a good idea for me. So I didn't create
that was a gift. Those songs were a gift from her friends.
Thank you. But I'm a narcissist. Like, are you assuming that I could be anything like Meghan, a narcissist, self-absorbed, unaware of what's going on around me because of my song-a-doo? Come on now.
This is the time of the video where Elle just runs out of arguments and he just attacks people.
That's it. He runs out of stuff to say, so he just makes up stuff about my song.
He'll bring the R word up in a minute. He'll bring the R word up. That's what he always ends with. It's the R word.
Mm-hmm.
We're all the R word.
They were against Meghan. Okay, hold on. We're almost done with it.
And for final question, I know financial independence has always been important to you, and you've said that it's the most empowering thing. I agree, and I think all the women in this room who are incredibly hardworking, every job is hard, but these career women also would agree. How do you think about that? You had a whole career, very successful before you got married. You're having a whole other career now. What's the importance of financial independence to you?
Well, financial independence is what gives you the freedom of choice. And I think in this day and age, we all need to be able to have our autonomy. That is a huge element of that. Financial literacy, for that reason, is something that I spend a lot of time on, specifically for young girls and their empowerment. And I think as women, especially in a room like this, we can all probably agree that
you're a liar, dude. You do not spend time.
Where? We've never seen you do that.
She's lying. I spent that. I'm such
she
an
is.
advocate for women and finances. Now you're this advocate for, say it, demon dictator. I'm sorry. She just got the line.
She's a liar. A lot of this is what I call the fake feminists, whereas women who are just idiots and they go, I'm a feminist. I'm a good person. Look at what I do. And they go, I'm a feminist. I fight for women's rights. I fight for women's literacy. I fight for women's financial. They list it all. I look at all this massive list of stuff. But if you actually look into it, they can't prove any of it. That you can't actually find anywhere where they do it, where they've actually done it. But they just state it. I am this great person. Look at this massive list of stuff that I do, because it just makes them look good. It gives them power, gives them, I'm actually a great person. I'm doing a good job. When if you actually look behind it, they don't absolutely do nothing at all. They're just they're just bullies. They're just bullies.
They're bullies. They're mean
and not nice people,
bullies.
And they they boost themselves up. And I'm not a bully and I'm a terrible person. I'm a great person, because look at all this massive list of stuff that I do, and I'm a good person. When underneath they're not.
This, and this. Yeah, and that's what makes me good. But it's a whole bunch of hogwash, because she's not doing the things that she's saying that she does.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't exactly, Mary Taylor, misogynist feminist. Yeah.
Yep.
They call me bullies, and you can't criticize me because look at this massive list of stuff that I do for women and for women's rights, and you can't criticize me. Rubbish. It's a load of crap.
Exactly. Well, that's your personal opinion, Earl. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't care about how you feel about my song.
How can it be narcissistic if her friend made the song for her and gifted it to her? How was Letitia narcissistic for that?
I'm narcissistic.
Oh, come on. You're narcissistic because your friend made you some songs for you, so you're narcissistic. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I think what happens with Earl is that he gets upset when we call out his girl, and he
does. He can't handle it.
Other things to say, but to attack others.
Yeah.
Oh, you're this way and you're that way, but yet to call out the person that is who we're actually talking about in denial, and continues to windmill for someone that has a bad reputation and is deemed a bully.
Yeah.
Let's see what she has to say.
Their empowerment. And I think as women, especially in a room like this, we can all probably agree that as women, when we're supporting each other for all of these elements that might not necessarily be the ones that people want to hear us talk about, there's nothing taboo. Doesn't need to be anything taboo about talking about our financial independence or our independence overall. And as women, when we support each other, we are not simply supporting each other's lives.
Meghan, you don't support nobody but yourself.
From the world's biggest bully.
Yeah, like you're so full of it. Talking about support and working together and being together as women. How are you even saying these things when you're not even a family person? Family is first. Show me what you feel about family, and then tell me how you are empowering women, because you're yet to give me anything that I can chew or eat or run with and say, you know what, Meghan really empowered me today. You haven't, but nothing that you have said. You have evaded the questions, like Snowdrop said, and we don't know half the time. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Community, showing up for each other, and just stupid stuff. And empowering each other. We're gonna empower each other. It starts with you, and you haven't done that. So it's weird to hear her say it, and it's coming out of her mouth because she's fake.
Yeah, let's read Valentine Lowe, Tom Bauer, Hollywood Reporter, and Vanity Fair, where she's labeled a bully. A bully of women.
Yeah, ChatGPT has it. Yeah, she has been called a bully. She has been deemed a bully. And yeah, it's a natural known fact. Oh, please.
Oh, Snowdrop, that's so funny.
Please.
Comment of the day from Snowdrop.
In herself. She's an investment in herself. Trust me. Because that coffee tea situation, she took over that. She became like the spokesperson instead of the main person that's over the coffee or tea, whatever that stuff was. She started being in the commercial. It was weird.
Oh, come on. Smart Works and the Grenfell Tower was when she was with the royal family. She was sent out there to work. That was part of her job. And called Senators and Support for Family Leave. Well, we can all pick up the phone for 5 minutes.
No, you're just in denial.
Yeah.
It's okay though, Earl. You can be in denial.
Yeah.
We're supporting each other's legacies. And that's the piece that's so powerful. When I'm supporting or investing in another female founder.
You're talking about money, but you were investing in each other's legacy. Okay.
I am investing in what she is going to do for the culture, for her business, the legacy she's going to leave, how that brand of
She is trying so hard.
And can we see proof of this though, Meghan? And can we see some proof of this? Because I've not seen any proof of this. It's just talk right now.
It is. It is. She's trying to sound like I am so for the women and empowering and being
Again,
there
look
for
at this
each other.
massive list. Look at this huge list of stuff that I do for women's empowerment. And yet we've never seen any of it at all.
That's why I got an award for it, Demon Dictator, because I'm a philanthropist and I'm a founder, and I put back into women. I haven't received nothing from you. I'm yet to get anything out of you.
Yeah.
But a whole bunch of words. She asked you about money. Now you're talking about empowerment.
The CPG brand is going to show up in people's homes. So it is all fundamentally important. And I don't think it's a conversation we should shy away from. I think it's one that we should really embrace together.
What? Embrace what? And shy away from what?
Thank you, Meghan, Duchess of Sussex.
That's it. That's the story being told. Demon Dictator.
Get woman's face. Jesus, thank God that's over. Thank God that's over. Jesus.
She said, woo. Let's wrap it up. Last question. I want to thank you guys so much for joining me today. I thought this was a really great live.
It was a great live.
I enjoyed it.
It got me through the afternoon at work. Smash the like button, guys.
Yes, I did. I got an award for my song. Why are you talking crazy? Girl, my song is an award-winning song. Do you know I got an award? A whole award.
Oh, well done. Well done, you and RGM.
Yes. I want to thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Let's see what's going to happen with the gruesome twosome tomorrow. If they're what's going on. See what's new in the UK with these two. Right now, they're in hiding, so no one's taking photos of them. But thank you, Demon Dictator, for coming up. And
That's okay, you're welcome. That's great. Bye, guys. Have a lovely day, evening, wherever you are. I'll see you all later.
Bye-bye, Demon Dictator. And we're out of here, guys. Love you. Thank you, Lisa B. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I know that's right, Plotter. About Dolly. Thank you, guys. Have a great afternoon.